Soren reminding everyone that Chat Gang ain't nothing to fuck with, which is what that reminder is.
1,000 RDP.
Yeah, for 1,000 RDP, you'll notice a couple of new commands in chat here. One of them is a reminder that Chat Gang ain't none to fuck with for 1,000 RDP. And yes, here I am, the purple wizard of the airwaves, as Soren says. The magical Mr. Mephisto. That's exactly it, yeah. Minimum Pants reminding everyone that Chat Gang ain't nothing to fuck with.
I mean, I've got so much RDP, I might as well.
And Frank.
Like 23,000?
I have 46,000 RDP.
Oh, my apologies, sir.
That's I can do this 29 more times. I love it. Everyone reminding folk that Chat Gang ain't none to fuck with. You know what? We might as well just get right into the pitch here. I am, of course, the magical Mr. Mephisto, the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar, the now purple-haired wizard of the airwaves. I'm joined tonight by basically the Hand of the King and the King of Chat Gang, Frank on the Rocks, and the Lord of Death, Brendan Melnick. How's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
Good.
It's acceptable.
It's like I'm running a Two Kings list. It's like I'm running a Two Kings RantCast right now, so...
Ooh.
Yeah.
You need Kyle and Brendan, but yeah.
Yeah, Kyle. Finish your tutorial,
Midwest.
Kyle.
Yeah, play the tutorial, Kyle.
Yeah, play the tutorial. So we actually got a pretty special episode tonight. We're going to be talking Blood Bowl, which is a game that I have long had an interest in. We're talking, like, I've played Warhammer Fantasy Battle back, and I think we tracked it to 4th or 5th edition, about circa 1997, right? 96 or 97, whenever I was in 6th grade. So that's Blood Bowl basically traces back about as long, right? To the 90s,
Yeah,
as I recall.
old.
It might even be older than that. 80s even? Someone know the...
I think so. I don't actually know. Some fan I am.
See, you look, I brought y'all on because I knew that I wouldn't be the expert on this. 1986 is when it was first released. So first released in 1986. So it's been running alongside, and I of course like kind of saw it in the like those 90s period, and was instantly interested. But I was like in that phase where I wasn't allowed to like sports because I was like, you know, the like kind of cool outcast kid, the rocker, the punk. Well, goth. But goths are just a subsect of punk. Don't tell anybody. It's like they want to think that they're their own thing, but really it's a subsect of punk. So I was kind of like cursorily interested in it. I couldn't admit to it. And yeah. So I always kind of kept an eye on it. I finally get into Age of Sigmar, and it like I remember right after meeting Brendan, I was like, "So tell me about this Blood Bowl thing." And even on like Cubic Shenanigans, there's a rolling joke that like you are the Blood Bowl scene in Milwaukee. And that like yeah so it's a game that like it seems weird to me that like a British company releases a fantasy version of football but not soccer, American football, and it's like it's been going strong since 1986. It kind of blows my mind, really. Is it true that Guild Ball is better? Asks Minimum Pants.
I have no idea.
Never even thought about that game. I don't waste my time. I have 2 Guild Ball teams that I got for free from Adepticon, and they've never even left the packaging.
And G-Dot, of course, thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. 7 months of supporting me, so thank you so much. Okay, we can start the show now, says Tim King Tristan. We're kind of easing into it here. So yeah, we're talking Blood Bowl. My experience with it, I haven't actually played it on the table yet, but I have played Blood Bowl 2. I basically just finishing up the tutorial of the video game. Is the video game similar to like?
Yeah. So
Extremely.
Blood Bowl 2 right now is kind of outdated in terms of what the contemporary rules are, but mechanically it's almost identical. The only thing is that it takes care of all the calculations for you. So whether you know that it's a 4-up or not is kind of up to the computer, but those are easy things to learn. And as you play the game, like once you know how to play it, you know how to play it. It doesn't really change that much between tabletop and the PC game.
Yeah, and of course Soren's saying that like Black Orcs were just announced. Yeah, there's actually getting a little bit of feedback from you, Brendan. There's a community article just today actually, so it was kind of serendipitous that we pivoted to a Blood Bowl episode when Tyler had to reschedule with Tyler Emerson, and we're just like, oh, and look, Blood Bowl was just like it's almost like it was destiny, because if I've learned anything in the last like month or so of doing RantCast, it's that I've kind of been like controlling fate. I might need to start playing Tzeentch. I'm just kidding. Fuck Tzeentch. Sorry. No shade on you if you like Tzeentch, but yeah, me playing Tzeentch, that never happened. Oh no! Wait, we did make a donation incentive for RantCast where I have to play an army, essentially like crowdsourced by Chat Gang. Chat Gang.
Yes, you and your compatriots in your Best Damn Soulbound show ever have to play our Chat Gang lists.
Oh no. So Chat Gang, y'all love me. Please don't make me play Tzeentch.
I think part of it's going to be limited on what can reasonably be supplied to you. So
Right.
You know, luckily for you, I own 3 Lords of Change in Kairos, so you know that's something that could happen.
I mean, if I'm going to Monster Mash Tzeentch, I think it's like excusable. Like Tzeentch Monster Mash could be a lot of fun, actually. All Herald with Marauders and Chaos Warrior Slanesh list. Let's go. Hope you like
How many
tree people.
Fleshhounds fit in that? Karadak and what was it, like 26 units of Fleshhounds, something like that?
It was a lot, yeah.
It was a lot.
And so real quick, I'm just going to pull up, I'm going to block out this little thing here. So we have the Blood Bowl announcement happened today on the internets, which is pretty rad. Bob and Jim these are canonical characters, huh? Because they're the announcers in the video game.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're the announcers for the tabletop game also, as far as the rulebook is concerned.
So in the beginning here, like the beginning of this little announcement, Bob says, Bob is the huge dude, right? He's
Bob's the ogre.
Yeah.
Jim's
He's
the
like,
vampire.
just when you think you've got orcs all figured out, here comes these extra orky orcs. They take the orc formula and turn it up to 1100. That's ridiculous, Jim. But it's also true. I didn't even know black orcs could count any higher than 3.
You know, those are really good for you just playing the tutorial.
Thank you.
Scarily accurate.
Thank you. Yeah, so like we got black orcs. One of the things that really jumps out about like Blood Bowl is the sculpts are legit as hell.
Yeah.
So
in 2016 they released the new starter set, and those teams were great, but every team they put out since has been better, in my opinion. The Death team looks sick. Those mummies are thick.
Thick? With 2 C's? Yeah, we like our mummies thick around here on RantCast. But yeah, their sculpts are pretty great. Like, I actually saw, like, you showed me one of the dwarf ones, and it's like, it's basically like going airborne, and you know, like when you look at like the Light of Eltharion model, you're like, how does this thing come together? Because this is a wonder of science, of like model science. You can see some of the precursors of stuff like that with the dwarf, where it's like going airborne, but they're using its beard as the thing to like affix it to its base.
I mean, dwarves can walk with their beard anyway, so it's really not that crazy.
Right? Yeah. I mean, that's canon. What? There's goblins in there's goblins and black orcs?
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
The goblin teams themselves, like
No.
separate from the black orc teams, the goblin teams are unbelievably fun.
Okay.
They're a lot of fun. So the Black Orc team, the idea is that Black Orcs are really tough players on the Orc team, and you can only have 4 of them. In this case, you get 6, but you pay the price in that your linemen are goblins, and goblins go squish very, very fast.
So we'll get into kind of like the particulars of how Blood Bowl is played in just a second when you're talking about like so goblins are squishier, whereas like a standard orc team you kind of have like standard orcs is sort of the backbone and you get a couple of these black orcs.
Yeah, you get some of the big guys.
So there's like a hit point like in the game, right? Like there's like wounds or hit points or something along those.
No, it's strength. So strength determines how easy you are to knock down and how easy it is for you to knock other people down.
Do you get injured?
Black orcs are.
Oh, go finish your point.
Oh, so injuries are a whole different thing. Yeah, injuries. That's like if you get hit really bad. There are like not like hit points, but like you have like an injury. It's like, oh, you broke your ankle, so now you move slower for the rest of your career.
Chaos Lord Mars here would like to remind everyone that Chat Gang ain't nothing to fuck with for 1,000 RDP.
And he will remind them.
All right, so like the injuries progress. What the hell is going on here? Like a billion goblins with like siege things? Those
are the Snotlings. That's another new team they announced. I think it was back maybe in February or March. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like they have like the party wagon.
That's actually really awesome. Like they've got like it's just like the tailgate party has gone like awry and invaded the field.
Yeah. That thing's gonna be nuts. Whenever like for the team to like function at all, it has to be something.
Right, because otherwise, just like
I love the little Fantasia Mickey Mouse guy on the top left or the bottom left.
Oh yeah. And he's like he's got the point going. Finger guns. No, there's a lot of percent. Like I said, these sculpts are like really top notch. They're not pulling their punches with these armies.
No, the sculpts have so much life.
Like I talk about
like they're not just like
yeah.
It's like that guy's drinking.
Yeah. until legitimately Necrons, with a couple of the Primarchs and stuff like that, and Mephiston looks pretty cool. Like 40K for me hasn't hit that consistency of great sculpts. I think part of it's held back by its general aesthetics, and I'm sorry, 40K fans, but I don't think the Space Marine aesthetic does the game justice. To stick with this, what is becoming a very dated, cartoonish, sort of like plump, like aesthetic, doesn't like inspire me so much. But yeah, wait, what's 40K?
In a bad way. This is cartoonish in a good way.
Like it has actual personality, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you know, the little pot bellies and like facial expressions and stuff like that. Like when you're trying to be grimdark and dour and like serious, and then you look cartoonish, it doesn't really do you a ton of justice. I realize I've got my Steve Bem art behind me, which is essentially a goblin alchemist, and it's like pure dark whimsy. But that's the whole point, is it's whimsical, and really, 40K kind of lacks whimsy.
Yeah.
So yeah, just like kind of
Blood
looking.
Bowl has it all.
Oh well, that's the thing, is it doesn't take itself too seriously as a game. Like it doesn't. When I was teasing this episode, you said something about how this is the only game you play that you don't treat as a game, or something along those lines. Would you care to elaborate on that? Because I think that goes right in line with what I'm talking about here.
I don't care about the game state outside of, like, competitively speaking. Yes, you can play Blood Bowl and be, like, really tight play, but, like, sometimes, you know, you go, hey, this is, like, a 1 in a million chance, and you get it. And you're like, okay, cool, that's what I'm here for, you know? I played some games with Tristan when I was teaching him how to play, and he, like, murdered half my team in our first game. And I, like, it's just like, okay, that's Blood Bowl.
Blood Bowl, yeah.
It's like, you have a 93% chance of this happening. Well, 7% chance happened. What are you going to do about it? You just have to smile and move on.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things, like, when you're playing the video game, is, like, the turnovers. And this mechanic is in Blood Bowl, right? The actual game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and so turnovers are essentially anytime you fail something, anytime you fail something, it's your turn's over.
You pass priority, and then they have their whole turn.
Yeah.
Until they fuck up, or they activate all the players.
Or they do all of the things. And so, like, what ends up happening is, like, you go to run, and then you just, like, you fail to run, and, like, it's just the other player's turn. And so, like...
Oops, you fell over.
But what I find...
on a banana peel, and now... Go ahead.
Like, it's the... You know how, like, Destruction Armies have, like, bullshit wackiness? Or, like, bullshit randomness? The whole game is like that. It's just, it lives in that space. And what it really reminded me of playing... Because, again, my only experience with this so far... I've been an admirer from afar, but what we're going to do in this episode is you're going to convince me to finally actually play Blood Bowl. Right? That is the thesis statement of this episode is Brendan and Frank, like, team up to make Mephisto play Blood Bowl. And by sort of association, those of you in the audience who are interested in Blood Bowl but not ready to pull the trigger, I am your proxy right now. Okay? Like, so I am your surrogate, and by them talking to me, they'll talk to you. But one of the things that I liked about the video game that I've been playing is XCOM. I fucking love XCOM. I am like an XCOM junkie. There was we all know coronavirus is part of our reality right now. There's a meme with Jordan Peele, when it's like, there's like a 2% mortality rate with it, or like 2% like mortality rate with COVID-19, and then it goes XCOM players, and it shows the Jordan Peele like just sweating like profusely.
Yeah.
Because like XCOM players, like, oh, I've got a 95% chance of doing this, and just like, no, like, it's not good enough. Like,
as long as it's not 100%, it is not good enough.
It is not good enough. And so you get this, like, XCOM is one of the most delightfully frustrating games on the planet. And I've actually streamed both the XCOM, both the sort of modern XCOMs, on my channel here on Twitch. I love them. I don't, and when I was playing Blood Bowl, I got that same sense too. I'm like, oh, this is great. And so
it's a great comparison. Like, it is, if you know what XCOM is, then you know what Blood Bowl is. Like, that feeling of, like, you get that, like, sweat when you're like, okay, time to see if it happened. And then you're like, yeah, of course it happened. Yeah. Or of course it failed, and then you move on to the next one. Yeah. It's such a good comparison.
Yeah, so if you're, like, on board with XCOM, like, you might be on board with this game. And obviously, if you're on board with, like, great sculpts or great minis, like, one of the main ways I really got sold on Age of Sigmar, sculpts. They look great. Like, this game, Age of Sigmar, has some of the best minis, not just of the GW IPs, but in miniature wargaming. That's what makes this game, what makes, for me, Age of Sigmar such a great game.
Oh, yeah.
And so you've got, like, sculpts that really hold up. So you've got this sort of, like, if you like great sculpts and you love XCOM, like, let's go.
Yeah. And it's one of the best games to just hang out and play. Like, I know most people hang out and play Age of Sigmar, but there's, like, some kind of, you have to, like, be focused. Mm-hmm. Like, Blood Bowl's way more relaxed, and you're never not paying attention to it. I feel like, even if you're just talking shit and drinking, you know, just having fun, like, you're always, like, sort of engaged with the game, but it's not so, like, okay, well, if he does this and this and this, it's like, no. Because you're going to fall, and then your turn's going to be over. So don't worry about it. It'll be fine. You'll figure it out.
All right, so have we primed, like, Blood Bowl enough? Like, have we said, like, hey, the generic, the zoomed out view of what is Blood Bowl? I guess, Brendan, what is Blood Bowl? The zoomed out view. What is Blood Bowl? So someone's watching right now. They've never heard of Blood Bowl before.
Yes. So Blood Bowl is what you described. It's a Warhammer version of American football, but violence cranked up to like 100 and the knob broken off. As a game, it's really relatively simple. It's just a couple numbers versus dice rolls. So numbers versus numbers, and then dice roll calculations based on that. And you are never rolling more than 3 dice at a time, which is really cool.
So it does. It goes 1, 2, 3 dice.
Yes.
So that
that so when you're throwing an attack,
okay,
it's either 1, 2, 3 dice, and then if your numbers are better, you choose against the opponent's failures. So I'm explaining it poorly, but
we'll get to the explanations a little bit. We'll let Brendan continue sort of the wide view.
Yeah. So and you're really only ever using 3 different kinds of dice at worst. It's the you have what are called your block dice, which you'll see when we start playing, D6s, and then D16s. And then the D16s you only need if you're playing in like campaigns or anything like that.
So when they sell that little pack of dice that comes with every Blood Bowl like team, I guess.
Yeah.
They've got the D16s in there and stuff.
Yeah. There's small occasions where you're rolling a D8, but that occurs at halftime or if you score. Okay. And that's just a determined direction. But overall, the rules are very simple. If you fail to achieve an action, your turn ends. That's it. If you fail your first action, your turn is over. There are 8 turns per half, 16 turns per game.
So when I'm playing the video game, the video game tracks a lot of this for me. How hard is this to track in real time on the tabletop? Is it just something you internalize eventually, or is it?
Yeah, it takes a little bit, but it's just like all other games, right? Where like you're never gonna jump in the deep end. So like competitive games of Blood Bowl, like if you forget to move the turn counter forward, is technically a missed action, and your turn ends. But obviously, if you're picking it up with your friends, it's like, oh shoot, I forgot to move it. Like with the board comes all the little token things that you need. Like here's your bench. Here are the guys who are knocked out. Here are the people who are injured. Here's how many rerolls you have. What turn is it? How many points do you have? And you just have little tokens that you just move back and forth.
Real quick, Chaos Spawn Wargaming would like to remind everyone that Chat Gang ain't nothing to fuck with. So, continue. So when you buy like the board, you mentioned the board. There is a board. Does it have the grid on it? Am I measuring with?
Oh yeah.
What is it?
Oh, so, there's no measuring. There's no measuring.
Oh,
grid it out.
Yay!
Every single unit type has its movement characteristic listed out, and that's how many squares you can move.
Okay.
That's it. Like, if you want to go, you can go up to 2 squares more, unless you have an ability that lets you go a 3rd square. You basically are rolling a d6 to see if you trip and fall. It's called going for it.
Yeah. Well, so coming out soon, we're going to have updated rules, and a lot of these things are going to be a little more simplified.
And this is what they were kind of teasing in the community article.
Yeah.
Beyond, because they did the Black Orc thing, but they had a previous teaser article like, hey, we're going to have... They showed some like new ability cards, I think it was, that we got to see.
And a lot of this stuff has leaked also in multiple languages.
Okay. I guess it's weird because it doesn't feel like there's this massive calling for Blood Bowl. I mean...
Oh, man. It is so popular. Like, it's niche as it is, but it's more popular around the world than you might think.
Than you realize. Yeah, I mean, Games Workshop continues to release not just, Blood Bowl rules, but new sculpts. Brand new sculpts. We're talking like Noblar Pump, or like the Party Wagon just came out, and like, or is coming out, and like, they released new Khemri models, right? Like, new Tomb King stuff. Like,
No.
No.
That is not true.
No,
so
not
Blood
true.
Blood Bowl's popularity is so great that third-party companies make Khemri teams, and In fact, like GW didn't really care about it up until that most recent starter set. Like the game was kind of just like in a bad land, and people just picked it up.
So
there were a lot of organizations that kind of just picked up the slack, and they didn't change the rules, but they kind of just moderated everything.
So for a little bit they were actually more hands off, and this was a community drive thing.
Oh yeah, and then 2016 came out. The video game was before that. But then the new starter set came out, and then they started becoming more involved, and they released the Spike magazines and the new teams, and they started looking at, hey, well, this game's actually pretty popular, and now we're getting a new edition with new rules and changes, and it's great. It's so exciting.
So this is probably a really good time to get into Blood Bowl if you've been thinking about it but haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Oh yeah, it's always a good time to get into Blood Bowl. Yeah, good time to get the models. Yes.
Yeah. I would say don't spend the time and energy on like the starter kit right now, because as Frank was saying, there are real tangible changes coming. The game will be similar.
It's going to be like 85% the same.
Okay.
The best way to do this is when Blood Bowl 2 goes on sale, as it inevitably does, what seems like every other weekend.
All the time.
Pick up the game and just learn to play on here.
Also,
there
is a great resource if you don't want to spend the money called Fumble, Fumbl. It is a free-to-play Blood Bowl. It is a little bit dated in its client. It's a little bit clunky, but it has the most current rules. Blood Bowl 2 does not have the most current rules.
The video game Blood Bowl 2 doesn't have the most current rules.
That's correct.
Okay.
But if you play on Fumble, it has the most recent rule set.
Okay. And these are GW's rules.
That is correct.
Okay. So if I'm playing, and it's 2 B's for Fumble, is that what you
said?
Okay.
Fumbl.
Okay. So like you go on this like browser-based client and brush up on.
It's a JavaScript thing, yeah.
Yeah, as you're trying to get the lay of the land and stuff like that. So Kicker here is saying, so you're saying I should get the next starter set? LOL.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the starter set comes with the grid, the gridiron. It comes with
It comes with the board. Comes with the range ruler for your passing, which you don't actually need. You can work it out via the squares if you really want to.
It just makes it easy.
Yeah, it just makes it easy.
It just cleans it up. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so that you get your little like football tokens because like you can fumble the football and then you'd like set it down.
Oh yeah. You would also like die and the ball could go flying out into the crowd and the crowd will throw it back onto the field for you.
I hope this happens in one of the games.
Yeah.
So we're actually if you're really interested in Blood Bowl, we are going to Frank and Brendan are going to be playing Blood Bowl 2. And you're going to get to see that via screen share. That's actually what's kind of hanging out in the lower left-hand section of my screen right there. You're going to get to see this in a little bit. So if you be patient, you'll actually kind of see the video game, which is again that was. If the models weren't my gateway drug in, this was I got that hit of the video game. I got the XCOM vibe. I'm like, okay, I need to play this. If Brendan and I start our own start a league in Milwaukee, every month or something like that, and we can take the scraps online if we need to. Like, what's really cool about this for me is we're like all super isolated right now, right? Okay, Tabletop Simulator doesn't do it for me for Age of Sigmar, and I love that people are playing it. I think it's a fantastic resource. Like, playtest the heck out of your army. Like, I talked about before some of my process in playtesting and, like, how do I internalize rules really well, even though, like, I kind of live away from people and, some of it's, like, I call up Haywo, he drives up from Madison, we hang out and we play we just grind games for the weekend. But some of it's really just, like, I trace bases onto sheets of paper, practice deployments against sheets of paper and push them around as if they're in movement trays and, like, memorize and internalize rules. Blood Bowl's got this sort of excellent resource in this online video game on Steam that you can scrap with people, and I suspect 3 is going to come out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a dual release.
Dual release, so we're getting Blood Bowl 3 and the starter set for this new.
It's going to be pretty close, I think.
It would be crazy not to. It would be genuinely insane to not do that together.
But like I said, like I keep coming back to this XCOM reference, and Chaos Spawn Wargaming subbed with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for 6 months. For me, it's like it's not in the exact same sphere. Like if I want to play a war game, specifically a war game, I just want to play Age of Sigmar. Like I don't want to go play 40K, and nothing against people who can balance both of them in their minds and stuff like that. Or I know a lot of times you play what your friends play or what's available in your community. When I feel like playing a war game, though, it's Age of Sigmar. I'm obsessed with Age of Sigmar. But for me, like this is scratching a different itch. Like Blood Bowl is like it's like in the same sense where like I would play Cogs and Commissars or Throw Burrito with my family, or Exploding Kittens, where like sometimes you just feel like playing a different board game. This is kind of in that where like I get the stuff I like about Age of Sigmar, the hobby, the putting my personality, converting the models, building stuff. I get that, but really what I want is like I want that kind of like bullshit cranked to 11 violence and randomness.
Yeah, and I mean, like, especially with Age of Sigmar, it's like, okay, we are playing tactical game. We are gonna do big thinks, and we're gonna. Blood Bowl is like, yeah, you can absolutely sink your teeth into it like that.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like, but you could also just like have fun and fuck around. And...
Well, I'd imagine like something goes awry, and then you just go just Blood Bowl things,
Yeah,
like
just Blood Bowl.
Yeah, like we're like it's the XCOM thing. Like XCOM players are just like to love XCOM, you have to be a masochist, right? Like you have to enjoy that like hit of failure.
The game is actively mocking you for thinking that you can play it.
Whereas like in Age of Sigmar, I hate failing. Because when I fail in Age of Sigmar, it's dice, sure. I don't win a priority roll forever, I miss every charge, blah blah blah, dice happen. But like usually I walk away from the game going, what decisions did I make? And the failure's on me. I forgot rules. I assaulted this flank when I should have assaulted that one. I should have turtled up here when I went aggressive. Like, I can look back on a game and go, these were my failings. Like, that XCOM, when you fail, it's like, yeah, you tactically did the thing, but, like, really it is just the put hair on your chest sort of chance ruining your life and mocking you. And there's an enjoyment in that if you've got that mindset.
Yeah, and then, it's the other way around, too. Sometimes you just gotta spit in God's eye and say, you know what, I will take this 1% chance that I'll actually do this, and it works.
Right. Like RNG Jesus, you just spit in RNG Jesus' face.
It's like, fuck you, RNG Jesus, I'm doing it.
Right. No, it's fantastic. Tomb King says, Blood Bowl 3, the video game, was how this new version of the tabletop got leaked, right?
Yeah, so, I don't remember, it was a while ago. Blood Bowl 3 was, like, leaked. The video game, and I think they covered it up, right? They made it hush-hush. It was like, oh, oops, can't show that, and it's probably because they were planning on doing a release of the tabletop to coincide with it. So, I think that's how it worked out. I have no fucking idea, though.
Brendan, sounded like you had some input on that?
Oh, I was yelling, this is a cover-up! This is a conspiracy!
Yeah, so I don't. What's the Sevens rule set you're talking about here?
Yeah, so there's
how good is the Barnes and Noble version of Blood Bowl?
The Barnes and Noble's version of Blood Bowl is like stripped down and it uses cards, and it's not Blood Bowl. It doesn't play like Blood Bowl. It plays like a different game.
Okay.
Sevens is just like, hey, I want to use less players and have a smaller field. If you want to get a quicker game in.
So this is a good teaching, like.
Yeah, it's like an alternative game mode.
Okay.
It's not official in like GW will put it out the rules, but it's good enough. I much prefer to play regular Blood Bowl, especially because when you play Blood Bowl in a league, your characters level up and people die and get injured, and it adds that next level of like not complexity, but it's like you got more stake. It's like, oh man, that guy's on the floor and that's Brendan's best player. I'm going to try and kill him so he cannot come back.
Right, because you can pile on. You can put the boost to him, meet him.
You drop the elbow. You can foul him, whichever.
Yeah, you got like skills and abilities that like let you do it better and hide from the ref and things like that.
Yeah, and if you push somebody into the crowd kills them, not you.
Yeah.
You can send them out of bounds. Look at these ogres. Look at them. They're so awesome.
Huge.
Those
are the strongest players and the weakest players.
The Noblars and the.
They're really not great.
But you're giving up you're giving up having any linemen to play.
Yeah, and Blood Bowl's also weird because there are teams that are designed to be bad. Like they are wimp low. We train them wrong on purpose as a joke. Like the Goblin team, the Halfling team, and the Ogre team are meant to be bad and just to have fun with. Yeah.
So if you want to get good and flex on people, play those teams, win some games, and be like, yeah, you're just objectively worse at this game than I am. Look at what I've done with.
It's a lot of fun to like swap to one and just be like, okay, let's do this.
So you play the bad team on purpose. That's an interesting approach to sort of asymmetric design.
Oh yeah.
Um,
It's the Dan Hibiki of Blood Bowl, if you will, for those of you who know.
Dan is in the Street Fighter joke character.
Yes, the taunt master.
Yeah, the taunt master throws his photo out, thumbs up.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at these purple and orange elves. Are these just high elves? What are
those are professional elves. So there's a high elf team, a wood elf team, and a dark elf team.
Okay.
And then there are the professional elves, or Elven Union. It changes what they say, but basically it's like a combination of the elf teams.
Okay. Yeah, they just announced Dan in Street Fighter, if you're following.
Yeah, Dan is back, and some rival school characters because that game's not dead. Says Capcom. Wink, wink.
Mm.
I'm very bitter.
Are these the halflings?
Let's see.
Yeah,
those are the halflings right there, and halflings get a tree man too.
They get a tree man.
They get a tree man who is not slow. He's good.
Okay.
I mean, he's slow, but he's better.
Look at these models, the ones actually already injured. It is modeled injured.
Yeah. They're made of paper mache.
And they're throwing hoagies around and calzones?
Sausages. Empanadas.
Man, welcome to Blood Bowl. That's
the halflings, they have a chef, too, that you get to use at halftime.
So there is a halftime in the game?
Yeah, kinda. There are 2 halves of 7 turns each.
8 turns.
Oh, it's 8 turns. Yeah. I always think it's 7 for some reason.
I mean, because that last turn can just be, doing nothing.
Yeah, that last turn could be like, well, my guys are dead.
Can you taunt folks in Bloodborne at all, or is it you just taunting the player like yourself?
I'm just taunting Brendan.
I'm just talking.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's half the fun.
Yeah. See, I can see your blood. These are actually your orcs right here.
Yeah, so I painted up the starter set to help teach people how to play.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I tried to put some personality on them. I love that the guy in the middle, it says 1, WN 1, and the guy in the top left says 2, TOO, because they're not really good at spelling.
Yeah, TOO 2. Yeah.
They're good at punching. They're very good at punching.
And I see that you're using the best color, purple.
Yeah, those are. I call the team name is the Grape Apes.
Grape Apes.
So there they are. Grape Ape.
Well, see, that's one of the things that I like about this, talking about putting your personality on an army in Age of Sigmar. I loved a game called Mutant League Football. It was on Sega Genesis. Loved that game. And this was, I think that was where I really kind of got an interest in Blood Bowl, because I'm this is kind of like Blood Bowl. When it was easier to play by yourself. But they had the puns on the the player names, and I can just imagine me assembling my team and writing their names on their jerseys, and of course I'm going to be playing one of the undead armies, or one of the undead teams, and I want to have Reggie Fright as one of the linemen. I want to have Scarin Rogers as the quarterback, all these horrible Packer puns.
The most important part of making a Blood Bowl team is that you have
Matthews.
puns. You need puns. If you don't have puns, you're doing it wrong.
I know he's no longer with the Packers, but I'll always remember, Clay Matthews in the Super Bowl. So Slay Matthews, like, come on, like you just have all these great puns.
You have to have the puns. The only way.
Oh yeah, there was even a cartoon. Oh yeah, with Grim McSlam. And they had the rejuvenators because you were never dead. You just got put in the rejuvenator. And so I actually did when I was really, really young. I played really, really young. I used to take all my superhero figures. Like my I had a bunch of Spider-Man, a bunch of Leroy Bloodler instead of Leroy Butler, who invented the Lambeau Leap, of course. Packer safety. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. You're hired.
He is king.
Yeah, he is king. You're hired. Assistant coach of whatever my Blood Bowl team becomes. The Galaxy Aces maybe play a reference to Mutant League. But no, I used to do Mutant League wrestling. So I would wrestle with all my X-Men mutants and some other figures. And I basically just ripped off a lot of the cartoon for that. So there was rejuvenators, if I had toys, if you remember the old TMNTs, their arms and arms popped off real easy.
Yeah, they had the pop socket joints.
Yeah, so they pop so when you're fighting, having your limbs ripped off in Mutant League wrestling was just a reality, and so you'd get your limb ripped off, and of course you'd finish up the match. But my favorite figure for this was actually the Tombstone from. He's not my favorite villain. He's not my favorite character in Spider-Man or anything like that, but the Tombstone model or toy I had was fantastic. He had the arms that moved apart, but he could do a perfect Stone Cold Stunner. The model was so perfect for wrestling the way it articulated. It was that one, and then I had a Bishop character that had really fantastic posing, and it was the House of M, I think, Bishop, where he had the short hair and stuff. So they would wrestle and stuff like that, and the whole thing was Tombstone did a Tombstone pile driver sometimes because he's gotta. But he actually, the Stone Cold Stunner was his Gangrene Bay. Love it. But
that's pretty good razor tree.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that. Yeah, Age of Apocalypse Bishop, where he had the short hair, and that figure was really cool. So I actually played Mutant League wrestling with them. I just think ultra-violence and fantasy themes and a sport work really well together. This is a quarter of the market. They just need to keep mining. Yeah. Yeah,
I just looked up that Tombstone figure. You can get it for $15 on eBay if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, am I? What is the Tombstone? Toy?
I just typed in Tombstone Spider-Man figure and it came right up.
Yeah. It was really good. It's just because the arms could look at that. Look at that freaking. Look at how posable that is for the 90s. It's fantastic, and he could do a perfect Stone Cold Stunner, and he's a pseudo. Yeah. I guess my obsession with death goes back a long time. The Stone Cold Punter. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
oof.
Dread Favre. Yeah.
Since we're talking puns, how do you feel about launching this game? And we can talk about how, just some of the more, the mechanics of it kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm gonna flip screens here so that everyone can see the game bigger than me. While you do that, I'm gonna you guys can intro. Brennan, you can. I feel like you haven't talked a whole lot, so you can kind of intro it a bit and get into it.
Yep. So Frank and I are going to get started here. We both have picked basic teams. Basic teams are starting at $1 million gold apiece, effectively, in which you, in which you just pay your player's base value, and then you can buy rerolls and coaches and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's basically like your list building.
Yep.
Each thing has an associated gold value, and the idea is that it's your player's salary.
Yep, exactly. So normally there's an inducement phase, but it doesn't seem to be that we're.
It's because we're the same team value. There's nothing you can buy that's 20K.
No, I'm
because
970.
Oh, no, you have a roller?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, shit. As you can see, Brendan has a giant death machine that may be very good at killing things. He's going to take it? Okay. So Brandon's took the kickoff here, which means I have to set up my players. And in the first turn, so it'll go his turn. I'll kick to him. First turn goes to him, and then my turn goes after. Now, you need to have 3 guys on the line of scrimmage to take a hit. Now, my mummies are not going to be that. No, they are not.
Smart man you are, Frank.
I am playing the Shambling Undead team. They're a nice mix of everything. They've got some beefy guys. They've got some fast guys. They've got some very disposable zombies and stuff like that. Brendan's playing the Dwarves, which you might imagine are very good at punching and getting punched. They're not very fast.
They are not. So overall, my strategy is going to be what's called forming the cage. So what that is basically going to mean is I'm going to try and form an impenetrable wall of dwarves after receiving the kickoff.
And it's going to make my life a living hell.
Yeah, and so I'm going to try and use the Death Roller to clear the path. But because the Death Roller is a secret weapon,
it's illegal in quotes.
Yeah, it is illegals. So once somebody scores or the half ends, I lose the Death Roller for the rest of the game.
Unless you pay off the ref, which you have to buy before the game begins.
And I look like I don't have any dudes in inventory.
You don't have any guys on the bench.
Oh man, that's a problem. I should, but
I mean, you got the Death Roller.
Yeah, so whoopsies.
That's fine. It'll be fine.
Right. I like that setup. Here we go.
Yes, this is real fantasy football, is what it is. This is what true fantasy football looks like.
And so now you can see all these arrows. These represent the scatter of 2d6 that it would be when we were playing tabletop. But in this case, it's just done automatically because it's a computer. If it hits one of his players, they have a chance to catch the kickoff. But otherwise, it's going to bounce.
Big deal.
So I'm going to do it nice and safe. My ghoul kicks the rib cage, and there's a weather table. So there's a lot of like, oh shit, oh no, no.
Oh,
that's
right.
not good.
Bad news for you.
So the ball scattered like the worst. There's one worse result. If you go off sides, he can just give it to a player. It's like a touchback.
Okay.
Which seemed to have happened. Or
Okay.
might as well.
And so you're playing these undead. You've got like 2 huge mummies.
Yeah. Roast beef and chicken Caesar wrap. Those are our block dice. So that's how you determine how combat's weighed out. And of course, Brendan's gonna. Oh god, my poor boy got stunned.
So he just mowed you down.
Yeah.
Freaking siege engine.
I love how he bounces in the seat. It's so funny.
He's just boop, 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 boop. He's like gonna rev this fine baby one more time.
So when you go to hit a guy, you compare your strength, and then you get a number of dice depending. So if it's equal strength, you get 1 dice. If it's more strength, you get 2 dice, and if it's more than double, you get 3 dice. So the Death Roller got 3 on my guy there.
Okay.
Every player also has a tackle zone, so think of it as their area.
They're adjacent squares, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And those you can give you can assist players either defensively or offensively to make your strength higher or make the opposing.
How do you assist players?
You need to be adjacent to them and adjacent to their target, or adjacent to their target.
So either or.
Yeah.
Okay. And what you're seeing right now in the video game, this is Blood Bowl 2 over on Steam. I think it's like I got it for I don't know. You actually gifted me a copy, as I recall.
Oh yeah, I bought it. It was like $5 or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was like $5, and you gifted me a copy. You were just trying to give the first hit's free, right?
Yeah, the first hit's free, man.
That's what it was.
So Brendan's doing a nice cage here. So you cannot move inside of a player's tackle zone and out of a player's tackle zone. Once you move in, you're stuck. It's like opportunity attacks in D&D. If you want to think about it like that.
Do you get stuck or can you dodge? If you
can escape out. It requires an agility roll, and as you can see, I don't know if Brendan can hover over one of his players so you can see the stat block. Every player has a movement, a strength, an agility, and an armor.
Okay.
So agility would count, how nimble you are, easily to dodge. It's also controlling passing, but that is going to change in the new edition because they're going to add a passing stat, which kind of separates things.
That's probably okay to have a separate passing stat.
It's definitely going to shake things up.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Okay.
All right. How the hell?
Because like elves right now, the team I've had the hardest time with was actually dark elves. I don't know what was going on with them, but they're really good. They seem like it. They dodge everything, and they
have very good agility, and they're good at punching.
And they run far, and they throw far. Like they're little.
They seem like they have no weaknesses, but if you kill one of their players are stupid expensive.
So expensive.
Oh, so like
in terms of like list building, they're elite. I don't want to say that they're elite, but
they're elite. Yeah, I mean, using common parlance from another game people are familiar with is just.
Yeah, I think that might be good.
Yeah. So
go for it.
Look at the double. Oh, so now you would have a turnover here because you got tripped.
But I have a reroll, and
oh, so that didn't go very good for you.
He's KO'd.
So
that was me going, fuck it, I'll just do this.
So you tried to spit in the face of RNGesus, and RNGesus clapped back on you.
There is a god in in Blood Bowl. His name is Nuffle.
Okay.
And he dictates the dice.
Where does this come from? Is this just a prank
I think it's
joke?
out of one of the rule books.
Okay, Nuffle is the bastard.
Yeah, like at like NFL. So you can see there's different symbols on these dice. Basically, it just represents like what the effect is.
So in the game though, they don't have the symbols. You're rolling d6s, right?
No, the dice are specific like faces.
Oh, okay. So there are specific faces, and your Blood Bowl dice will be
right. They'll have the POW symbol, the skull symbol, 2 arrows which indicate a push, 1 exclamation point which indicates defender stumbles, and then a skull and a POW to indicate both down.
I just need to take a moment here to appreciate the fact that this is perhaps a never before seen type of podcast in the Sigmar community.
Yeah, right.
Like we're breaking we're breaking charity records and breaking content creation standards here. So, and this is awesome. Again, it's we've got that XCOM thing. Razor Tree says here, this game is the ultimate Dumb and Dumber quote. So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. So, what's your favorite army? As Brendan plays dwarves here, what's your favorite? What are your respective favorite armies, guys?
I play like everything. I've played the most out of the Tomb Kings team because, Tomb Kings is cool.
So the Tomb Kings is it's got the third party models, right?
They are they're old GW Tomb King
for Blood Bowl models. There are old Blood Bowl models. Okay,
but it's like from the 90s. It's like old pewter, kind of garbage sculpts.
I'm trying to find the cool ones.
All right, let's see.
I thought you shared the two.
Yeah, I gave you my team. Yeah. All right, Brendan.
Is this third party sculpts or are these the old ones?
Those are third party. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a company called Willy Miniatures. And I think they're based out of Spain.
And since this game is so, I'm going to pull this up real quick and block some of the screen. You can see the Camry models here right now. So since this game is so, it just seems like one of those fan driven games, pure community driven games, and I don't think that's a bad thing. By the way, I've got some complex takes when it comes to. I'm going to do the GHB episode next week with Haywo. You'll hear one of my complex takes on stuff that GW needs to drive. with like the tournament pack that they included in there. Essentially, I'm like, this is a great thing because the community has been screaming for a standardized pack for so long. But what is a standardized? So well, Andrew, this feels like you should be screaming for a community-driven pack, and I'm like, that's the thing is the community did do that. They try, re-rolling ones or not re-rolling ones. Oh, I'm sorry. Ian and Richie on Just Saying had one. I think Rob had one. I think we had a couple versions over here in the U.S. Like we tried, we couldn't get on board. So that was one of those things where you have to kind of go, okay, GW is going to do something, and then from there you codify it. You help new players who want to run tournaments, right? But then the community just changes it if they want to. But you have to have rules or a box for people to like think outside of, and that's the complex take there. With this game, like the third party sculpt, like they're not televising Blood Bowl games on Warhammer TV, right? Where some of the conflict comes in with third party sculpts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
since
it's if you play in like a GW store, like you have to use Age of Sigmar models, but if you're playing at your local shop, like nobody. I mean, the guy probably cares, but it's not like the end all be all, Blood Bowl especially because the game is so like, they're playing pieces almost more than they are in AOS. AOS, it's like, okay, this is a model. Look at my model. And Blood Bowl, it's like, here's my goon.
Yeah, it's a chess piece. Yeah, it's a chess piece.
Yeah,
right?
It's like a queen or it's a rook.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think that there's just we talk about like gaming cultures sometimes.
Fuck.
Take that, Frank.
I'm playing like shit. I'm getting bodied here.
Ooh, Dr. Martin, thank you so much for that sub. We're just going over some Blood Bowl here. So again, next week Halo's going to be on. We'll actually do the GHB episode. That'll probably be a long-running episode, so we're going to tackle a lot of the stuff. A lot of the takes I've been sitting on for a while, waiting for the FAQ to come out, because you just got to wait for the FAQ to come out on some of these things. Although, Brendan's episode, you and Tyler Emerson and Dan today, I just listened to that one, and that was fantastic, guys. Like, seriously, check out Cubic Shenanigans. I mean, if you only listen to Cubic Shenanigans once a year, listen to their GHB episode with Tyler Emerson. You get such a quality discussion from just two of, like, honestly, some of my idols in the community. So, like, seriously, check that out if you haven't yet. A little dated though, Brendan. You guys didn't have the FAQ when you recorded.
Yeah, my bad. We were gonna record like a week earlier, and it was gonna be like super wrong. Oh man.
What do you got to complain about?
G-Dad, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah?
Tier 1 sub to the community, 3 subs in the channel. You gave one to Razor Tree. I was literally listening to it right before the show.
Now, as you can see, Brendan's players are not named, and that's why he fell there.
Oh.
He doesn't lovingly name each single one of his players with an excellent pun.
So,
no!
Get me fucked.
So what just happened there is Brendan tried to go for it, fell,
pushing the limits.
Used
yes,
a reroll.
Roll to continue 2 extra spaces, 1 roll for each, and he failed twice.
And he failed twice. Yeah.
Oh, he failed, re-rolled it, and then failed the second one.
Right. So rerolls are so when you're building your army in I'm gonna keep accidentally using the term army, but
that's fine. It makes sense.
When you're building your team in Blood Bowl, you have gold, right, instead of points.
Yes. Oh, I wish he wasn't there.
So
so you have a gold amount that you start with, and then as you play in a league, you will obtain more gold, and you can buy new players, or the value of your players increase as they level up. So
your players level up. This is meant to be played like in a progressing.
I think that's the ultimate way to play it in a league setting.
It is the best way to play.
It really just is.
Okay, so this is like this is the game's got how long is the average game? I know the video game is doing a lot of the math.
Depends on
stuff like
depends
that,
on how fast you play, and if you're competent. I'm usually relaxed while I'm playing it, so I'd say it's probably like 2 hours at most.
So 2
You're
hours
really taking your time.
is the ceiling. If you're taking your time, you're shooting the shit.
Yeah, you should be able to get through a game within 2 hours.
Brendan, what's your experience? How long are Blood Bowl games?
That's pretty right. Like, if you have both people who really know what they're doing, games take an hour.
Okay.
So Brendan's guy here, the Death Roller, has strength 7.
Yeah. It's really good.
And my ghoul, or I'm sorry, my white is just not up to the task. So I get to roll 2 dice, but he gets to pick which result that is. So
Okay.
it's a little scary. And I've already used 2 of my rerolls, so that's really bad.
So how do you have rerolls?
What's that?
So how do you have?
The left is the half.
All right, so have Brendan. I'm sorry, I talked over you twice. Brendan first, and then I'll ask my question.
Yeah, so which means he's only got 1 reroll left is half. They reset at halftime. I was only able to pay for 1 because everything on my team is so expensive. I paid for 3.
Okay, so how do you get rerolls? Because it sounds like pay with.
Yeah, you buy them either at list building or you can buy them as you progress.
Okay. So if you're in the league setting, you're gonna buy them over the course of the league or whatever.
That's correct.
If I walk up to the table, I've never played you before.
Fuck.
What does a game look like if I just go to my LGS? I've got my team. Like, what does that?
Yeah, you go. So if you're playing like a pickup game, either you have like an ongoing league where it's just you and the person that you're playing with, so that you can progress. Those do exist, or you can just play like a generic game where there's no stats and no casualties and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
See if I can smash this Troll Slayer.
Oh, so slow.
Huge no.
Nice.
All right, well, I'm spending this reroll. Fuck it. Yeah.
Get wrecked. So that
I
you got
didn't
the.
have dodge. Why didn't you use the?
Because I don't have block.
You don't need block.
Wait, did I have a good one and a bad one?
Yeah.
I'm
You're
so
the
used
good
to
one.
I'm so used to rolling the red dice against you.
Mm.
But this is good. I am now in base contact with his ball carrier,
There you go.
and that will make his life a lot easier. Now let me see if I can't just dodge out with this ghoul. So it's a 3-up.
Nice.
3-up, no problem, right? It's just
3-up,
a
no
3-up.
problem. Nope.
And and he has the dodge skill, which lets him re-roll that. So I
it
just
was
failed 2 3-ups.
It was 2 3-ups. Yeah, that's that XCOM coming through. Like, just
Yeah.
in my veins. So keep in mind that there is an audio format to this. So when things are happening, you want to describe what happens. Blood Bowl, Sajil shows up, and yes, it's Razor Tree. You got that gift sub. Be sure to spam my emotes, especially in Rob Symes, the Honest Wargamers chat, please. He hates Nagash. Go over there and just spam the shit out of the Nagash emotes and the Catacross ones.
Hey, Meph, you're getting a tattoo of Nagash, aren't you?
I am. Why am I getting a tattoo of Nagash?
Maybe because we smashed your donation goals in like the first 20 minutes.
So every episode is somebody's first episode listening to your podcast. That's one of the
This is
rules.
true.
That's one of the rules of broadcast. I don't know if you want to recap the game or if you want to recap what happened, but basically, I ran a 27-hour, ended up being over 28-hour stream, which is not. Oh, what just happened? What just happened?
He failed to attack my white, and I punched him in the throat, and now he is
to death.
And he is injured, right? Like,
that
he got taken.
unstoppable metal machine is now a casualty, and he is removed from the game until the next game starts.
Until the
baby.
next game.
Yes.
Oh, casualties are brutal because you can get injured mid-game too.
Yeah, and then you're out for the rest of the game.
How do you
know,
get?
gotta-
How do you become a casualty though?
So when you roll to break armor, so once you've done a successful attack, you see if you can roll 2d6 higher than their armor value.
Okay.
So the Death Roller's armor value was what? 10. So I rolled an 11, broke armor, and then once you break armor, you roll on the injury table. So it's a
2d6 again.
yeah, 2d6, and then from there you see what the result is. So sometimes it's just like put them back in the reserves. Sometimes it's a KO. But then sometimes you can get a casualty or an injury. So the
Is this
worst
like
case
box
scenario.
stars?
Yeah. Well, yeah. On the table. Yeah. So if you roll, say, like you can kill a player and they're dead. They're just dead.
Ugh.
They're
Until the
gone
next
forever.
game. Until the next game.
No,
Oh.
dead is dead.
Oh snap! So if you're in a league, your best player just got ganked.
Yeah, say
it's gone.
Brendan's. Let's say Brendan's death roller died. He's dead forever.
Okay, but this was a casualty and not the same thing.
Yeah, so he's only badly hurt, which means he's just out for the rest of the game.
Okay.
Sometimes there are results that leave you to miss the next game. And there's some results that make your injuries more cumulative.
So this seems like the one of the coolest formats to play between friends. This is what Path to Glory kind of should be.
Yes, yes, it is.
Where you've got what Path to Glory kind of lacks for me is stakes.
Mummy. Right, I'm pushing in here with the mummy. Oh, and it looks beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. I rolled 2 successes. Brendan must choose death. Oh yeah, you don't get to pick because I actually.
You can do whatever you want.
I know. I'm not used to it.
I guess I'll finish the tutorial.
Yeah.
But in a league sense, you could think of it like a 1-day 5-round tournament, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Like with this, doing a blood bowl for 5 rounds 1 day. If it's 2-hour games, you might be pushing it, but you could maybe push it to 145, 130, and get in 5 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I'm not super familiar with the tournament specs for Blood Bowl, but I'm sure you could really get some stuff
if
done.
if I were King Mephisto, and I ran a Gen Con or an Adepticon-esque event, I could see having my grand tournament, Saturday, Sunday, and then having Blood Bowl on Friday, where it's 5 rounds. You grind through a league. Your stuff levels up the way it should. You get gold, and you get your star players rotating. I think that could be a lot of fun.
The game really just asks for those kinds of things to happen. It's built in such a way that it's so easy to just play it. There's no okay, well this ability does it. All the abilities are generic and they're applied to each individual model. It's not like an AOS where it's this is my special rule. This. It's
right.
No, I have X. You also have X.
So here's a real quick game design. Why it's good in Blood Bowl to have a generic set of rules that are common and universal, versus Age of Sigmar where you kind of want snowflake rules, right?
And it's just the game.
It's bigger. Age of Sigmar is a bigger game. This game
demands more of your attention.
This game is one, it's more random, and so when you have extra randomness, you want more known commodities. That's pretty awesome. But where I was going before we got block. Nice.
Yeah.
So where I was going before, though, is... so I did the RantCast, the Rantathon, 28-hour... ended up being 28 hours. Scheduled for 27 as an inside joke if you watched the 7-hour RantCast from New Year's that you were actually a part of, Frank.
Yes, I was.
I joked I would never do a 7-hour RantCast again. 27 hours is not 7 hours. I am technically correct. But I ended up doing this Rantathon, 27 hours for Mental Health America's I Don't Mind campaign. I'm actually wearing one of the shirts they sent me after them having realized I raised $7,000. I did it. It was the community. But you mentioned the tattoo, so I will be getting a Nagash tattoo because one of the goals... thank you, Sean Benson. He said, I woke up after announcing milestones. So milestones were silly things I was going to do on air or off air, depending on the logistics of it, to help drive my goals. And I checked some metrics. I did some math, and I had some humility with it, thinking I could raising $1,000 was kind of my goal. So I woke up one morning to a tweet that said, "How much do we have to raise for you to get a tattoo?" From Sean, and I'm like, half again. Half my goal again. $1,500 seems.
No. I groin strained Brendan Troll Slayer, and now he's out of the game.
I don't know what that means.
I punched him in the testicles.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it this way: I'm in a real bad spot.
Hey, he's down 2 players for the rest of the game.
Yeah. and I need to try and find a way to score in the next 3 turns, and his team is faster than mine, and I can't form a cage, and that's a problem.
So and this is where things get desperate now, and Brendan might actually think about throwing the ball.
So cage is like a strat, like jargon.
Yes.
Yeah. So you form like like how you would see a face of a 5 on a dice, where your central player is the one that has the ball. That means he's surrounded by tackle zones. It's very difficult to get into base-to-base contact with the guy with the ball to punch him. So the cage keeps him safe.
I see. So and this is a pretty common tactic.
Yeah, it's one of the fundamental things. Once you like start getting the hang of things,
it's one of your fundamentals. Cool. So back to the Rantathon. I think we broke 1,500 in the first hour.
First 20 minutes, I think it was.
Was it the first 20 minutes?
It was a lot up front.
Yeah. I underestimated, and I don't want to say I underestimated the community, because I know the Age of Sigmar community is one of the kindest, best communities in gaming. And by one of the, I mean, literally, you are the best community in gaming. You proved it in 27 hours. But I underestimated my reach, I think. Like, I didn't expect to have as many people watching. You know, I did my metrics. I'm like, I top out at 20 people watching. We had hundreds of people. We had 100+ people watching.
It was above what, Brendan? What did you say it was? It was like above 89 for like
the whole
time.
Yeah, it was like for what was probably pretty close to like 4 hours. It was close to 100.
Yeah. Yeah, we spiked at like 100. We spiked just over 100 right after Vince's, because he did a hobby hangout over on YouTube, and then he came over. We spiked at just over 100 with Vince, and then we maintained like 70 to 90 the whole weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible. Like just the amount of support that came through was crazy.
Yeah, that was what I did not think. We'd quad / penta my usual metrics. Yep. I thought we get a rotation of like my usual metrics, but like the people who watch at different times and they watch it back, right? And what happened was like the community surged, and they stayed, and they watched, and they contributed in chat, and they signal boosted on Twitter. They donated, and we shattered my initial goal. I just. So like I'm getting a tattoo now. My hair is purple right now.
You shaved your beard.
I shaved my beard off. Like a lot of I've got my spicy peanuts sitting here right now. Paul Conti just sent me a photo showing that his are about to be delivered. So we'll be doing a live stream of doing the spicy peanut. 13 million Scoville heat unit.
That's a lot.
Your Carolina Reaper is like 2 million. Okay. Like this is a lot of spice, and so I'm gonna do that live on stream.
Nice. So Brendan just took a incredibly risky action by dodging out with his ball carrier. He could have just lost possession right there, and that would have been big trouble for him.
Right.
It was a 3-up.
Yeah.
Just a 3-up. Anybody can make a 3-up, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, you hope so, right?
Meth, the Death Nut thing. You got some milk on standby. Like what's your strategy there?
It's gonna be half and half. Half and half.
Half and half.
Yeah. So half and half. You want the no. The two things can counter spice, because spice when you're feeling that heat, that capsaicin. Yeah, capsaicin. That capsaicin. Well, that's essentially like an acidic reaction.
Yeah, it's not water soluble.
So what you need fat. So half and half, or like coffee creamer, really, are what you go to. Binds to oil. Yeah, you don't want. Yeah, but also alcohol, because it can't bond to alcohol. Alcohol is going to evaporate with it, or rather, the alcohol is going to help evaporate it off your tongue. So you want alcohol, doing a shot of vodka, and it's going to be painful real quick, but then it'll go away.
Oh.
That's why beer and hot wings aren't a combination on accident. It's flavor science.
It is by design.
Yeah, it's flavor science that's happening. Now, beer has like kind of a terrible has like a terrible alcohol content, and so like there's other stuff going on in there, like the yeast, for instance. But you want alcohol and you want fat. And alcohol is the worst of those ones because you do get a pain as with the alcohol. It's like pulling a sliver out with brute force as opposed to like finesse. So yeah, half and half. I'm gonna have half and half on hand. That's my
Good shout.
yeah. That's it. I heard also warm tomatoes and salt.
Huh.
This is from John of the In Your Phase podcast. The pioneer of the whiskey meta. Shout outs to John.
That was bad luck.
That was.
I mean, we're not doing too bad here.
No, this is a proper scrap. So
This is a good game.
yeah, you're you're not just dunking on him and scoring, and then he's got to attempt to score. Like this is go to the half. You're trying to score before the half.
It's kind of wild that like a Blood Bowl game, generally speaking, it'll be like 1-2 or like 1-0.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to score unless you're playing teams that are like optimized. There's multiple paths to victory. Like, yeah, you could score a lot of touchdowns, but you could also like kill the whole other team, and then there's nobody to stop you.
Binds to oil. Oil's the fat. That's what you're doing there. So Sajil says, when I'm testing spicy foods and various curries, I have a bottle of olive oil to swish with. Yeah, olive oil's a fat.
It'll clean your mouth out.
You're taking that fat. Like, you could cheat. I could cheat and I could like swish my mouth with like castor oil before I even taste the food, because then I'm going to coat my mouth. But that would be charity fraud, so I won't be doing that.
you gotta take it. You don't want to take the big wax candle and just coat the inside of your mouth.
No. I'm doing this for y'all. Like y'all, chat gang, ain't nothing to fuck with. Like this is. Like it was a cute expression and a reference to I think kind of the Wu-Tang Clan, which is where Chat Gang originated. Frank, you being the kind of the originator of the nomenclature. But
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, kind of. But really, y'all raised $7,000. Like I had to check myself just now, about to say $7,000. I'm like, was it $7,000? It was $7,000. Like insanity. Molly was
crazy amount of money.
Oh, we actually broke 7,200 because I had people donate after the fact.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Spare ribs just got KO'd by a dwarf. Yeah, so I'm doing the Death Nut Challenge is what's going on. Yeah, that's that 13 million. It's 5 progressively hotter nuts, and they start out at like, 500,000 or 1,000,000 Scoville.
For those of you watching live, you can see that Brendan's dwarf is pretty close to the end zone. Unfortunately, Brendan cannot count, and he did not realize that he is one space too far away from actually being able to touch down with the ball carrier.
That's what you think.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You gonna pass?
You don't know. You don't know me.
All right, we'll see. Passing is super risky.
I actually don't think it matters. I did fuck that up. You're right.
You fucked it. You fucked it up, but that's okay. This is what I love about Blood Bowl.
Are Skaven in Blood Bowl?
What's that?
Are
Skaven? Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Right on.
Skaven are a really interesting team because they
get one of their vermin lords, don't they?
Yeah, they got a rat ogre.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'll take the push, thank you.
Yeah, Frank. I was like, man.
Sorry, I'm distracted. Skaven.
I tried to help you out, Brendan.
What was that?
I said I tried to help you, Brendan, with the distraction.
Oh yeah. Skaven gutter runners are stupid fast. I think they're like movement 9 or 10, which is double his dwarf. And my mummy is 3. Oh yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you real quick, checking. I think with maybe with Chuck Moore we might actually talk a little bit more about the RantCast itself. It feels weird to like self-honk. Like obviously if you're here you watched it. Maybe you didn't. Maybe this is your first RantCast because you watched the marathon and now you're watching afterward, or you've come over.
Yes.
But I just want to say like thank you all sincerely. I often round my expectations down just as a rule. you know, like with Osgaric Bone Reapers, I was ready for that army to like not have good rules because I loved it so much and I didn't care. And then when it was actually like great, I was like on cloud nine. This, like, even if I had set the goal for the tattoo to $5,000, which is what Molly said I should have done, and she was kind of like mad that I didn't set it higher. Like, we shattered that too.
Unbelievable, dude.
I'm not even like, and I could not have done it without you two and Kyle, who's been hanging out here in chat, and the Shadow Council,
the coalition,
yeah. Like I that part at the end where I'm just doing math, and I've been up for 5 more hours than what the RantCast ran. You got to keep in mind because I woke up and I did prep and I did stuff. So I like when everyone came in, I think it was 4 more hours. So it was up at 32 hours, which is where I start to actually like really kind of lose my stuff, knowing my insomnia. 32 hours is about where I start to lose it a little bit. Y'all showed up in there, and I'm just like doing math to like tabulate the results because like I underestimated the community. And
Brendan is about to push my guy into the crowd, and he was about to get stomped by the fans, and there they are.
The fans don't like you.
The fans do not like me.
I've been trying to set that up for several turns now.
And it didn't even do anything. He rolled double ones.
Whatever.
So how do you know he rolled double ones?
So on the bottom on the screen, you can see that it says Gravy Jones injury and then 2 single dice.
Oh, I see.
And at tabletop, it would be exactly the same thing.
Right on. So yeah. Anyway, like the Shadow Council, the coalition shows up, and it wasn't just that like. Yeah, I'm gonna go like a little bit egotistical here. It wasn't just that like people wanted the charity to succeed, but we succeeded at for me, like my goal. I'm like we succeeded at $1,000. Like at 1,500 we.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you.
No.
Mephisto.
No,
I just
no, he
dwarf
tripped.
eat shit. He ate shit super hard.
But it was like this feeling that like others wanted me to succeed and that they had my back.
Hell yeah.
Like that for me, like I thought about it like for days later, that like and people I didn't people I didn't expect, like Mike and stuff, like backing me up, and I'm just like, it made this feel special. It made it feel like the cause resonated with people, on another level. This mental health, which, I mean, Bryce, who inspired me, and he was part of that, and it's like it.
All right, Frank.
Nice throw, buddy.
Thanks. Hey, I tried. For those of you not watching the video feed right now, I attempted to throw the ball with my ghoul into my white, which is required a 4-up and a 3-up, and I failed. Oh no.
Okay, so here's what happens after a score or halftime. You see if your knocked out players unknockout.
Yeah.
So I was able to knock out 3 of Frank's players, and 2 of them stayed down, which is
Right.
good.
Do you roll like a D6 at halftime or something?
It's a 4-up, yeah.
Okay.
Unless you buy beer. So sometimes when you're playing an opponent and your team values are a little bit mismatched, you get something called an inducement. So basically, it's like to close the gap in terms of like.
It's a triumph.
Yeah, it's a triumph. And one of those is beer, and beer helps people not be unconscious. So it changes the roll from a 4-up to a 3-up.
And so you're right now, Brendan, setting essentially your deployment.
I am deploying my defense. Yes.
And this is really bad for me because I now have possession, and my 2 players are going to be unconscious until either I score or the game's over. So he's forcing me to score to get those players back, which I kind of want to do anyway.
Right.
And he's got nothing to lose by stalling me out.
Which is how I play defense anyways.
But Kyle's like, Kyle says, yeah, the community could have stopped at 1,500 once every stretch goal was met, but this community proved it was the best and just kept going. It's that, and Frank and Brendan and everybody was sitting there coming up with new stretch goals and stuff like that.
That was fun. It's like we were just sitting there going, "Okay, we hit 7,000. What do we do?" I don't know.
Well, 7,000 is like you kind of just kick back. I think, right? Like,
what did we set? Wasn't that the what did we do? The room. Yeah, it was the room, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the arrows that Frank was talking about earlier. So basically, what happens if you pick a scatter, you basically roll a scatter, a D8, and then the direction. So you can get a kick skill, which makes this easier. I'm gonna go for broke. I'm gonna try and pin him back.
So you roll a D8, which is which compass direction it's essentially going.
Correct, and then you roll a D6 to see how far.
Okay.
So
Brilliant coaching.
And
so,
if it goes into the end zone or if it goes out of bounds, it's essentially a touchback.
It is a touchback in the true sense. My guy fumbled the catch there, which is unfortunate, but it's okay.
But Brendan got it pinned back kind of where he wanted a little bit. Yeah.
And now I'm gonna punch the shit out of this guy.
So video game Blood Bowl is, and the reason it's being sort of shown off here is that it is it's using a little bit outdated rule set, but it is Blood Bowl. This is
100%. This is Blood Bowl through and through.
So they're kind of showcasing what Blood Bowl is. What you missed was a hard-fought first half. Brendan had the ball first.
And a rolling death machine that I punched to death.
Which is dead over here.
Oops.
Whoopsie doodle.
Oopsie daisies.
Even salvaging that to be a no-score half was a big deal.
For Brendan, or for Frank,
for me,
yeah, him salvaging that to be a no-score half was kind of crazy. That I think the turning point was like just the lucky box cars on taking out the robot.
That was a huge. It's so hard to break. If you try to make a 12-inch charge, it's almost impossible. Same deal.
Might as well be impossible without any bonuses. Yeah. Rocco says, "Wood elves all the way, bruh."
Get out of here, Rocco. I don't want to see that garbage. They're getting nerfed, and they should be nerfed.
That's so dumb.
What makes Wood elves so dumb?
So they have very high agility, which makes it very easy for them to remove themselves from tackle zones, and very good at throwing and catching the ball. On top of that, they have incredibly high speed. They pay off by having low armor, but the keystone of the Wood Elf team is a player called the War Dancer. It has tons of skills. Like it's like a Superman. Like the rest of your team it might as well be garbage because
it is the best single unit in the game.
Yeah, it's like if you had two queens in chess.
So in real quick, what
am I doing here?
We touched on it a little bit. The third-party models. Forge World actually makes star players. So this is where like as your characters are leveling up, you could buy the custom cool War Dancer model, or maybe they don't have a War Dancer model, but you could buy the custom suite model, right?
Yeah. So it's part of that thing I was mentioning before with the beers. When the team values are mismatched, a star player can be brought in. You can pay a star player to play on your team for that one game, and it helps shore up the weaknesses that your team might have. So, for example, I have access to, as the undead, I have access to Ramtut III, who is like a mega mummy. So, like my regular mummies, they look like chumps compared to him. He's a beast.
Okay.
Or what's his name?
So
what's the guy for the human team, Brendan? What's his name?
Griff
Oberwald. Who's going to be in the new starter set. It looks like.
Oh yeah, that was one of the leaks. Is we got to see the cool Griffin dudes.
Yeah, it's really cool that the starter set is coming with star players also, because then you have I have a star player I can use.
And what's really cool about Blood Bowl is that humans get ogres. I love that.
And they're going to get halflings now too.
Okay, cool.
That's a new change. And it's significant because the ogre player has something called throw teammate. And it can only work on small players, so it can either throw a goblin or a halfling. And now humans have that access, so you can basically just throw the little guy. Say he picks up the ball, you throw him, he's holding the ball, touchdown, no problem.
So
you can also crash and fall and snap his neck and die.
How's Prince Edward Island these days? Yeah, Rocco talking to Tristan there. So I guess you're playing through this here. We mentioned like your team building is essentially like you have gold to spend on your team. Can you not buy a star player out the gates, or you have to be at that?
You could, but you would be playing at such a deficit because they're so expensive.
Okay, like they're stupid.
Like for example, like a goblin costs 40,000 gold. A star player costs like 200,000.
Okay.
There's some of them that go up to 500,000 gold.
Yeah, there's
like
some big ones.
Yeah, I think
Morgenthor's like 430, right?
Yeah.
430 golds. That's like half a team.
Can you actually play with Bob?
Yeah, Bob's a legacy star player, so it's like an agreed upon like, hey, I'm gonna buy Bob. Is that cool? Yeah, it's cool.
Oh, so it's a little bit like an old Warhammer Fantasy Battle. I don't know when they changed it, but you had to actually agree to let me play Iconics.
Yeah, well, and it's like he's just a star player. He's just not in like the base rules as a star player.
I see. Okay, cool.
All right, what am I doing? I'm in no hurry to get nowhere.
See,
you're in a very strong position, so.
So England loves, soccer, like football, football, right? Like they're a big fan. Why do you think they chose American football for Blood Bowl?
I think because it has more violence.
Is it really just the violence?
I just think it's a foreign thing to them too. I would imagine. I don't know.
So they get to
I just think
goof
it's
on it
kinda
a
funny.
little bit. They get to goof on it a little bit.
Like, look at this like brutal blood sport.
That they play for fun and money.
No.
And they let their children do it.
Tristan, you'll never have to ask in any of my tournament packs to play Tomb Kings. I'm just going to write a FAQ in my pack.
Why am I one dice here?
Bro.
Oh, my mummy's disabled. That sucks.
Yeah.
Well.
That's okay. I scored out on last turn, so I get it.
Oh, he might regenerate. No, he can't regenerate. So the undead team has a special rule where if they die on a 4-up, they don't die. They resurrect. They regenerate.
Do you still turn over?
You still turn over, but the downside is that you don't get access to an apothecary. What an apothecary does is it gives you, say your player dies.
You can heal a person. Yeah.
Yeah, he can give you a chance to re-roll the casualty roll.
Okay.
Maybe save a life.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you're basically at the whim of the dice gods when you're an undead player. But most of the time, our cheap players are cheap, so don't have to worry too much about it. Those double skulls are bad.
So real quick, I'm just skimming this real quick. Mars, if you're hanging out in chat, this is actually maybe a good time. My 1 year anniversary of RantCast is coming up in August. I won't be doing any special episode in August. We're just kind of going to stay the course. But October is my favorite month. It is the best month.
It is the best month.
It is my favorite holiday, which is Halloween. It is when my anniversary is with Molly. It is just the best month. It's my favorite season. Fall. Like I love everything starts to die. It's the most metal. It's the most metal of them all. I will be doing. So last year I did Oztober. It was all of the Australian content creators. I will be bringing some of them on still. Though probably not in October. I think we're trying to schedule some stuff for November. But I will be doing the Month of the Dead. So it's going to every week, every RantCast in October, and I'm actually going to start it at the end of September. I'm going to do a different Death Factions.
Sick.
So
that's so cool.
Every RantCast of the month will be sort of checking in with the Death Factions. I'll bring on guests who are paragons or enthusiasts of their Death Army. LON will probably get broken down into 2 parts because it's just a big book. And so to answer Mars's question here, kind of in a DM, there will be a vampire episode. It won't be. It's gonna be part of that October thing. So in October, every week, new Death Faction. We're gonna talk about it. Where I think they sit in the meta, because we're all in quarantine. You know, if one has, like, Night Haunt, for instance. Like, I don't think Night Haunt's as much of a jobber as people give it credit for, but I have always taken the stance that Night Haunt isn't as much of a jobber as people say it is.
Yep. I'm going to interrupt you here real quick, Meth, to talk about the game state.
Yeah. What's going on here?
All right, so I'm at the end of my second turn of the second half, and as you'll be able to see, you know, if you're looking at the screen, his two big characters are knocked down. I've pushed a lot of his characters to the edge. All of my players are up, which means I'm threatening the ball. So if he doesn't do something, now he does have better movement than I do. If he doesn't do something to kind of threaten my edge pieces, I can start threatening the ball carrier and moving it upfield to try and score. With the white being out, which
Both
is
of my whites.
Yeah, whites are super good. They're fast. They've got good armor. You know, great. But with the mummies down, it means in order for him to use them this turn, he has to use his blitz action, which is such a valuable resource. So
You get one of those every turn.
Yeah, what is Blitz?
Blitz allows you to combine a movement and an attack. Normally, you can only do one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, so setting up your blitzes are super important, and learning where and when to use them and how to use them is what lets you, you know, become more capable as a player.
Okay.
So what I'm expecting Frank to do here is build his own cage.
So,
You would be wrong.
So good Blitz discipline, you might say, is a fundamental to just kind of learn, like you need.
Yes. Very important.
Do it, baby.
Woo! Nice.
Wow.
Big balls.
Huge cojones. So he just rolled 2 dodges, which is a 3-up?
That's yeah. I only had to roll the 1. It's just that both players swing because he was in 2 tackle zones. So the dodge was more difficult.
How is it more difficult? What does that look like?
So dodging is normally a 3-up roll,
Okay.
and then it's a minus for every tackle zone that you're in. But so say those 2 guys, he was in both of their tackle zones.
You had 2 tackle zones, so you had a -1 on top of
Right,
the 3-up.
but also one of my mummies was up, so it negated one of the tackle zones of the opponent. So tackle zones like cancel each other out.
I see. So you only rolled the 1 3-up then.
That's correct.
Okay. It's just weird because like the game here shows like the 67%.
Yeah, Brendan has it on percentages. I have it on dice rolls. It's something you can change in the options.
I see.
I like to see the odds.
I like to see the dice.
I like the odds too, because
it helps with
XCOM.
XCOM.
XCOM. I've said before. I'm going to reset this real quick. Like I've been playing the Blood Bowl 2, and I love it. It's so much fun. I haven't played in a little bit now because I had to get the Rantathon going, and there was some prep behind the scenes, and going for it.
Are you gonna try and swing this over and pass it to him?
Excuse me, what? Whatever do you mean?
Oh, Frank, this is a huge mistake.
Lick my meat. Here we go.
Frank, you are making an enormous mistake.
Baby!
Oh no.
And now.
Oh no.
Now
no.
we do the scary part. I know what you're thinking. I see you there. We're gonna make this dodge.
Okay, so he's burning his reroll to make the dodge here to set up.
We made the dodge. And now we do this. Bingo. All right, we're good. No problem. All right, so that was scary. My heart's like pounding.
That was crazy.
What did I just? Brendan, dead. He's dead.
The player is dead. He is permanently removed from the team.
You killed him.
And now I get him as a zombie.
You get him as a zombie? What the fuck just happened?
Someone tell me.
What just happened? Someone explain this to me. Brendan, can you explain to me what just happened?
So dwarves have really high armor. So he rolled a black dice that would have knocked me down. He broke my armor, and then he rolled an injury, which forced him to roll a casualty roll. And the casualty roll came up enough where because it's like stratified. It's a D66, I think, or it's a D64 or something like that. There's a table that it would reference of what happens. So he broke my armor, injured me.
So he broke your armor with this roll of a 10 here, which I'm armor 10 plus, and he rolled the 10. Success.
Here, Meph, I'll send you on Twitter. I'll send you the injury table so you can see it.
But I want Brendan to run this back because it's.
Oh yeah, sure.
Format. Yeah.
Yeah, injured me. Makes the casualty roll, kills me, and because he's an undead team, he can summon me back, my dead character, as a zombie.
So undead just get this.
Yes.
Hell yeah!
So sick.
How much do people hate undead armies because of this rule? Or
it doesn't really come up that often because player death is fairly rare.
Except when you roll 10, 11, and a D6 6 and a D4 4.
Yeah,
which is just
you just
rolled in like the third percentile.
And I did it with a skeleton. I didn't even do it with the mummy. I did it with a skeleton.
Now it looks like Brendan is setting up like a blitz here.
Yeah, he's setting up a good blitz here. If the dice go well, he will push my ghoul out, and the ball will be thrown back in. So but I'm forcing... My thought here was to force him to the edge. Uh-oh. Well, there goes the ball. Nope. Come on. Let's do this, baby.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Oh, no.
What just happened? Frenzy.
Yeah, so frenzy means...
he goes a second time.
If he hits me and it's not effective, he gets to do it twice. He must do it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to follow. So, because there's a lot of things at play here.
Yeah, there's a lot of skills and basically, I put myself too close to the line to the outside edge because I wanted Brendan to split some of his players.
So I mean, there's a lot of calculations this game's doing for me, and this is one of my barriers from going from the video game to the tabletop. Is this game's doing a lot of the calculations? I click on the stuff and then it does the stuff, and it's using all the same rules. It kind of reminds me of like KOTOR with Dungeons and Dragons, or
that's a great comparison. Basically, for every action that you can take, there is like a checklist of what are the positive modifiers, what are the negative modifiers.
So when I'm learning this game, I have like a little spreadsheet or something. Like
the starter set that came out in 2016 came with a cheat sheet to tell you. It was like, okay, are you doing this and this? It's a 3-up, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
All right, baby. Here we go.
So it's Brendan turn just ended there with a turnover. Was that?
I knocked the ghoul out of bounds. The ball has been dislodged. It's now in my territory without anybody holding it, and it's being protected by my blitzer. My turn ended with a failed action. I was trying to get my Longbeard out of the tackle zone of his mummy, because I wanted him to. Now it's a 4-up, so it was going to be this, that, or the other. But to try and to not be able to necessarily be able to knock around my my players so easily.
So did we mention? Oh, go ahead. Finish your.
Because the mummies are the strongest unit on the field right now. I needed to make sure that I had to make sure that he has to use special actions to utilize them as effectively as possible. Now, he can move them around, obviously, but they're very, very slow. Even slower than my guys.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now, see, this is where greed comes in, because you're like, okay, do I just take the push? But I say no.
You went for the reroll.
Oh, yeah. Good roll.
That's so scary, because...
You could get a worse reroll.
Oh, wow, another one!
Man, Frank.
This is the best I've ever rolled against dwarves. They're usually so hard to get down.
So he
and
just,
I have,
for those who... He just injured another dwarf and he's got like three casualties. Like he's thinning your ranks. You don't normally like? Is it a viable strategy to go to like take people's pieces out of the game? Because one thing I found I was doing in the tutorial was like I didn't even care about scoring. I just tried to like get rid of their units. I'm just like I don't want your players here in the second half, so I'm just going to try to like brutalize you.
A lot of the Chaos teams have a specific build to like kill people or injure them at least. There are some skills that give you bonuses to breaking armor and give you bonuses to injure.
I see.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the turn here. We're on turn 12. What is the bottom of 12?
Second half, yeah.
Top of 12. So we're at the top of 12. You've got to get that thing into the end zone, or it's going to be a draw or a tie. How does the game handle ties?
You tie.
Yeah,
that's
tie.
No problem.
It's very unsatisfying.
Right now, I am sitting on a 2-up, 3-up to pick up this ball. And I am terrified.
Not going to happen.
Terrified.
No way.
Oh, it's not going to happen, huh?
No, not going to happen. 2-up, 3-up? No way.
2-up, 4-up.
2-up, 4-up.
Okay. No.
Well, I fumbled it. But it moved it further away from Brendan's guys, so I'm happy with that.
Fine by me.
All right. So did we talk about roles? Because there are different roles in your army. And I'm still processing this because one of the things because Brendan said earlier my blitzer, I wanted to set it up for my blitzer. Why did you want to set it up for your blitzer? What's a blitzer? What's a lineman? What's a
Yeah, Brendan, do you want to take this or do you want to do your turn while I explain?
Let me do my turn while you
explain, please. Yeah. So your basic line of scrimmage guys, your nothing special about them guys. Those are your linemen. They're there to fill out the roster. They're there to get punched in the face. Maybe sometimes take a pass. So, basic stuff. Your blitzers are usually fast characters that have a beneficial defensive skill, so their attacks are a little safer to make. There's less chance of you failing. And then you will have dedicated throwers or dedicated runners. In my case, I have 2 mummies who are considered big guys. They have very high strength and very high armor.
Yeah, they're maulers.
Yeah, as you can see, Brendan's 4 dead or 4 injured, 3 injured, 1 dead dwarves. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so my turn didn't go great. I was trying to clear a pathway around for me to try and move my blitzer back to pick up the ball and then maybe try and swing around one of the sides. But then my Troll Slayer rolled skulls and he knocked himself out. So that's the value of rerolls. So now we're just going to keep playing super defense. Super duper defense.
And I'm going to try and push the ball as far forward as I can. Even if I don't wind up picking it up. It's better for me to keep it away from my end zone. Yes. Only because then Brendan can't score.
Yeah, which is totally fine.
And this is not great for me because I wanted to pick up that ball. I really wanted to pick up that ball.
Yeah, that was not good.
How bad do I? Look, sometimes in a man's life, you got to take a chance, but not 3 5-ups and a 6-up.
Yeah.
Or not
like this, Frank. Not like this.
Or maybe you do. I believe.
Yeah, no.
You made the first one.
Yeah, wow, congratulations. You made a 5-up.
Oh, and we're a little bit closer. He actually got to the ball.
That's amazing. That's objectively amazing.
Well, folks, for those of you listening, I made... Let me check the log here.
Yeah.
I made a 6-up, a 6-up, and then a 1. So 2 6s and 2 1s in sequence. Pretty good there. So
with the roles and stuff like that, everyone has basically the same roles, but you construct your army or your team differently.
Yeah. So team rosters have access to certain things that some have and some don't. So, for example, the human team can take 4 blitzers. However, my undead team can only take 2. So you can lean more heavily into that with the human team.
So you can go more for the blitz strategy. And what was the advantage of blitzers again?
Blitzers have a defensive skill called Block, which makes their attacks a little bit safer to use.
Okay.
And they usually have pretty good movement.
Mm.
So for example, Brendan's Dwarf Slayer right here, because they're Troll Slayer. They're meant to kill trolls. They have a skill that helps them fight guys that have high toughness.
Like your mummy here.
Right, my mummy's strength 5, he's strength 3. I'm 2 points ahead of him. However, his Dauntless skill on a 3-up, I think it's a 3-up or a 4-up, can't remember, whatever.
It's a number that is based on the strength difference between you and the target, effectively.
Yeah. It raises him to my strength, so it makes it a little bit easier for him to succeed on his attack rolls. Blood Bowl's very much a game of minimizing your... Yeah.
We're getting extra dice or getting extra rerolls.
Right.
This isn't too dissimilar. A Monte Fisto, what a name. Instead of like Monte Cristo, like the sandwich.
Yeah. So my undead team. Go ahead.
Real quick, the Count of Monte Cristo is one of my favorite books.
It's really cool.
By the way, Damas.
Yeah.
I love it. Also, I have seen every iteration of Three Musketeers. Every time, no matter what. I can't not like it. This is probably a lesser known Mephisto fact. I love the Three Musketeers and like I even like Man in the Iron Mask, even though it's bad DiCaprio. There's good. We get good DiCaprio and we get bad DiCaprio. I love Man in the Iron Mask.
DiCaprio, am I right?
No, he's a fantastic actor.
No, he's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's just he gets like a director who lets him go off the chain.
Right. Oh no!
What just happened?
So my mummy went to go punch his Troll Slayer. I don't have any more rerolls left.
No, you're out of rerolls.
And I rolled 2 results that would cause him to fall back down, thus wasting my entire turn.
So the dwarves are about to win.
I don't know about to win. Let's count here. Brendan's got movement 5, so he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Go for it, Brendan. Let's go.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He can make it to the end zone if I don't stop him. And I don't think I can stop him. He's just made a mad dash. I'd have to make some pretty good
So why didn't
rolls.
you go for it there, Brendan? You counted out. You knew.
Because I don't have to.
Because he doesn't have to, and he's a big coward, and he's scared of dropping the ball.
So we have Disney Plus free right now because we have Verizon.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't pay money on purpose to Disney because they're going to ruin art with their monopoly.
Oh yes.
But Wavy Jones.
That was it. That was the only thing that's gonna save me.
But they had the Three Musketeers, the one with freaking Chris O'Donnell or whatever, and Michael Sheen, and like just the weird Kiefer Sutherland, like just the weirdest cast ever.
Oh, spare ribs.
The bad guy from The Crow it's just the weirdest. Yeah, they need my $30 for Mulan. They need it. They needs it. Don't you understand?
All right, we can make this happen. We can make this happen.
But what I was going to say is like Colin, my son, my beautiful, wonderful son.
You beautiful baby boy.
He saw the Three Musketeers and he's like, "Can we watch this?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah." Fuck yeah, we watch this. And so we watched like the Three Musketeers, and it was like campy and hokey, and Chris, I think his name's Chris O'Donnell. He was Robin. He's in
that.
Yeah, so my ghoul could have blitzed your guy here.
He'd have had to have dodged out, gone for it twice, and then rolled the action.
On a 1, yeah, and I needed to roll a POW or a push. So that's 50%.
This was a slobber knocker of a game, though. This is a really...
Oh, I'm happy with this.
Yeah, if you're going to showcase the game, this is
Dwarves are so hard to break, and I'm just happy to see 4 guys in the injury box.
Yeah, it's O'Donnell, yeah.
Fuck you, Frank.
Having my guys KO'd was huge for you, Brendan.
I know.
So big. But this is the whole deal, right? It's just this is Blood Bowl. It's that ebb and flow of like, oh, things went well, things went bad.
Yeah, Chaos Spawn donates 100 biddies. Thank you so much for the biddies. Petrifix got what they deserved. They did. So one of the donation incentives was to actually change my opinion for really real on Petrifix Elite, and they got what they deserved. It's fine. I'm still going to play them, by the way. I think like you're 100% fine to just like play Mortis Praetorians. You kind of Petrifex Elite was a crutch. When it got right down, it was a crutch. One of the takes I hate the most that I saw was like, I couldn't play Staliarch Lords before, but now I can. Yes, you could have. You chose not to. You chose not to. Do you want to know why you chose not to? Because you wanted that sweet, sweet crutch in your veins. You just give it to me, baby. But, like, here's the thing. You didn't need it. Because the other things were playing the game in a different manner. Staliarch Lords was for playing the table. Mortis Praetorians was for, like, big-braining people.
Yes, and they always were. All right, so, Blood Bowl. Brandon's about to score. I cannot stop him. I have nobody in range that can move fast enough.
So now you play for the kills.
Right, and there's something you can do. When the player's on their back, you could like gang up on him and stomp on his guts. You can foul. And if this was a league game, I would absolutely stomp on his Troll Slayer because he's a big problem to deal with for my mummies.
So you can spite and spoil people in a league game super hard.
Oh yeah.
And there is like a kind of like common courtesy of like if it doesn't matter, don't try to like if it's not a league game, there's really no point in trying to kill people because it doesn't benefit you. Or like crowd surf people. It's kind of like a dick move.
Crowd surfing is the jargon for throwing people into the audience.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. I love that.
But if you're playing in a league with somebody and they have like an amazing player, of course you're going to put the boots to them.
Yeah, medium style.
Yeah, medium style.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
That's a Metalocalypse.
You might see him in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then who
oh,
knows?
Playoffs! I love it.
Oh, that's a 6-up dodge out. We ain't doing that.
No,
I guess I'm gonna slap your shit. There we go. All right, and I'm gonna stay right here because I want to assist in this foul.
Yeah, you do.
I can get greedy with this ghoul, huh?
Yeah, man.
Because you can roll them over to the side, right? Because you want to get them up and roll them.
Right. I want to. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. Why not? Doesn't matter. Hey. When I don't need it, you get it.
Kill
I just saw the armor break.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. 10. Woo. All right. Here we go. We're gonna put the boots to him.
So here we go.
Oh snap!
He's fine.
It was like
Didn't
that.
break armor.
It was like that scene from American History X a little bit there.
Yes. One could say.
Oh. Okay. Oh,
nope.
This is interesting.
And so I'm dodging out. So I had a player on the edge.
You didn't want him to get like smashed into the audience.
Exactly. I didn't want him to get crowd surfed, so I dodged out to knock myself over.
So Brendan, right now,
that could have killed me.
So this is turn 0, right? Like if I'm reading
this is the last turn.
You gotta score. If you try to put the boots to somebody right now and you fail to, like you lose.
Game over.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're tied. Yeah.
Greed would be.
So why wouldn't you put the boots to somebody right now?
Because if I fail, I don't win.
So like
would be a turnover.
But like why wouldn't you do that right now?
Because I could win.
But why wouldn't you put the boots to somebody?
I think Mephisto's trying to tell you that you should.
Because you haven't seen a touchdown yet.
Okay, all right, fine.
Fair enough. And there it is, touchdown. 0-1. That was a classic Blood Bowl game for you there.
That was great.
What a great example game.
Wow, I feel targeted. I don't know who feels targeted. If you don't want to get thrown out of the pitch, don't get on the line.
I mean, you know what? That's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, like, there's a culture aspect to this game that I think is adorable, and I want to be a part of it, because, like, we talk about, like, my kayfabe and stuff like that in Age of Sigmar, but like this is where it's super welcomed, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
like, and especially with the league play aspect of it, you're adding again. This is what is lacking in Path to Glory. First off, it's in the wrong place. Whatever, ha ha ha. We all make fun of it, but like, it doesn't have stakes. I look at what like Minimum Pants and the Pants Mafia are doing right now. They have stakes because it's a pants off, right? Like
Pants to Glory.
Yeah, it's the Pants to Glory. Like, they have stakes. They have to invent the stakes, and that's awesome. That's super awesome. But, like, the average person in like, a Path to Glory isn't really going to have stakes. And I actually did a Path to Glory episode a while back and talked about, like, why I think it's kind of cool and stuff like that. So I'm not, like, super panning it. But, like, what I think Blood Bowl does that other formats of Age of Sigmar doesn't, or Warhammer, if we zoom out, is that it doesn't have stakes. And Blood Bowl does. I care about my team because I gave them all snowflake names, and I know you gave them all snowflake names in Path of Glory and stuff like that. But like you can like curb stomp my players and stuff. Like you can get smug with somebody who's about to win and like try to take out their best player still, and like you can keep playing for the other stuff to affect the game when you're in this sort of like league aspect of it.
Absolutely, and people get cocky. They're like, "Oh, I'm gonna stall. I'm not gonna score right now. I want to run out the clock." And it's like, okay, great. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn your groin to pudding.
Yeah.
I really wish I'd been able to show off in the first half what the offensive strategy for my team looks like, which is try and punch through, and then that whole first half, while I've got my death roller out on the field, I'm trying to just do as much damage as I can. And like I will just have my runners stand on the goal line, being like, all right, if he gets close, I'm just gonna score.
So
it's like a game of chicken, kind of.
I love this. I love this. This breakdown here. So we got the Pyromancers, zero TDs, 1 pass. Does that count successful passes or?
Yes, it only counts successful passes.
Okay, 0 interceptions, 0 deaths, 7 armor breaks. Is that your armor breaks or the armor you broke?
That is, I broke 7 dwarves' armors.
And 0 expulsions. So, what's an expulsion?
That would be expulsion is if you Brendan's illegal giant wrecking ball machine technically is illegal, and he would be expelled from the game after the first drive or first touchdown. Or if you foul a player and you roll doubles.
How is it technically illegal?
Because it's considered a secret weapon. So there are players in Blood Bowl that have weapons, quote-unquote, hidden. See the goblin with the chainsaw or the guy with the bomb. And once the ref sees it happen...
ACC, by the way, is the audible to kill the ref in Mutant League football. I still remember it. Get wrecked.
The ref can send you off. So that's what an expulsion is.
So when we look at we look over at Brendan's army, 1 touchdown, 0 passes, 0 interceptions, 1 death. That's his deaths or the people he killed?
That's his death.
Okay. 12 armor breaks seems really good.
Yeah.
Like he was fucking up your armor all game long.
But Frank has low armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you're undead. That's
so Brendan's average armor is 9. My average armor is 7. Or no, it would be 8 because the mummies are high. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Dwarves are very hardy.
This doesn't feel like as much NFL-y stats as we compare stats, and we're just like who won the game based on like yards and stuff. Like this doesn't feel as NFL-y to me.
Yeah, I mean the game is ultimately about like killing each other.
Well, but no. Here's the NFL stat: ball possession, right there. That's it.
Right.
That is the stat. That's the one you look at in the NFL. Yeah. Ball possession. He controlled the ball longer. He wins the game.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So for those astute of you, yes, my team is the Pyromancers, and every player on my team is named after a nice diner item that you might purchase to eat. See Monty Fisto, Gravy Jones, Pharaoh's beef, etc.
On like on a first date, you might go for these.
Oh yeah.
You might speak for
And I
this.
think it's the most important part of Blood Bowl is you have to name your players, because
Yes.
if you don't name your players, you don't get attached. If you don't get attached, you're not as invested into the game. I have a whole Goblin team named after Dr. Pepper knockoffs. That's my favorite. Dr. Thunder. You got what is it? Dr. America. Kyle. You said something about this before, right? I think Kyle's in chat. He said his wife likes something better than he likes Dr. Thunder better. I can't remember what it is. I'm so sorry.
So Chaos Spawn Wargaming has been popping off here a little bit. If you don't want to get thrown out, I want to revisit this discussion about like the etiquette real quick. But before we get to that, as an orc player, you put a ball holder 1 square out of the end zone until the end and beat the opposing team to death until halftime.
So Frank, real quick, do you want to see my high-level dwarf team, my high-level nerdle team, or my high-level wood elf team?
Let's go with the Wood Elf team, because I'm going to use this cheater team that is made of all-star players.
Oh, okay. So before we get started on this, so Frank has the Legendary Edition of Blood Bowl, which lets you play with an entire team of all-stars. So
The Galaxy Aces!
so his team is going to be absolutely bonkers.
It should be nuts.
So what makes a team when I'm quantifying like Age of Sigmar like a great unit, it's like the points value to what it does is like super efficient. Eels, right? Why are eels great? I don't want to say busted. I hate people hating on eels. I love IDK as like a litmus test. I know we want more internal parity, but your take about internal parity versus external parity on your show, Brendan, was like, I'm like, this guy's speaking my language. Because like internal parity to me is a fallacy. Like it's a little bit of a MacGuffin. It's a little bit of a thing to be chased but never achieved, because when it gets right down to it, your book should never be everybody's got a hard battle line, everyone's got a fast battle line, everybody's got a, like shooty battle line. Everybody's got I don't ever want to see that.
No. And for the most part, I would say
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm so sorry.
I'm just like, I don't want to actually see that. I don't want to see like Cities of Sigmar players. I'm talking to you right now. Your eternal parity sucks. Like it sucks. You pretend it doesn't because you make choices and you play stuff and it doesn't feel like you're an idiot for playing it, but your internal parity is garbage. You don't want internal parity. You want the weirdo best in slot, and if I'm super clever, I get to do a sweet combo thing. That's what you really want. That's not internal parity, by the way. Internal parity is not a bad thing. It's something you should chase but never achieve. Yes, IDK, Namarti stuff, Eidolons, Turtles, all that stuff should be playable. All that should be playable. But, like, it's okay for, like, I don't know, KO. Should KO really, really, really have a viable melee option? Should it? No! No, it shouldn't! Like, it should skew towards shooting at all times. It should skew towards shooting and boats. So, like, the internal parity is kind of a lie for that army. Like, I don't know how to, like, get this point across to people when they bring up... I watch people on the internet talk about, like, internal parity, and I'm like, you don't know what that word means. I don't think you know what that means. Like, it's fucking Princess Bride. You don't know what that means. Like, the NFL, the NBA, these do not have ultimate parity. Like, you don't want that. You want to chase. You want to innovate. You want to do that. And what's cool about IDK, please, please, please make Namarti viable. Make all that stuff viable, because you should never feel like an idiot playing the off-kilter build of your army. But to have true internal parity isn't the best. External parity, on the other hand. My army's main build beats the thing, and we match up well against the thing, and yada yada yada. That's a lot more achievable. So, I've no idea why I ended up on that point. It had something to do with Blood Bowl.
So difference between the teams having different options and different roles.
Right. You want to be a snowflake army. You don't actually want to be a vanilla Neapolitan, like, heyday. Like, you don't want that, actually.
There's a chainsaw. And there's the pogo stick.
Look at this, like, cool little, like, night goblin dude, like, in the
Wait.
full robes and stuff.
The coolest werewolf there ever was. William Chaney.
They didn't have your Tutankhamun guy.
Yeah, I thought he was there. Oh, he might be on a side.
Give Scourge Runner chariots shooting to the turtle and the shark, and make the turtle like a chaos shrine.
No, his chef got me.
Okay, so one of the things that happens.
Oh, dude, Tree Dude looks sweet as hell.
Yeah, so one of the things you guys didn't see was I got to do inducements because his team is so much better than mine. I get to do this thing that lets me do all the things.
Real quick, why do some of your units have stars under them and some of them just have the straight stars?
Those would be the star players, yeah.
Oh, so you both have star players.
Yes, my team is comprised entirely of star players.
I got to buy some because his team was so much better than mine.
And I'm not saying that I need to reset a little bit here. I'm not saying that internal parity is dumb and, like, don't do it and don't try for it. That's not the take. The take is that it should be something to be chased but never achieved. That's the take. One sentence quote. Chase it, never achieve it. That's the quote. Because internal parity often ends up looking a lot like and smelling a lot like homogeny. So right now you're swapping in your bench and your stuff. Like, when can you do this? When are you allowed to do this? Only at the setup for the defense?
The deployment, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
I have not played with some of these characters, so this is going to be an experience for us all.
This is gonna be wild. I'm genuinely really looking forward to this.
How do you... So, when I rock up to a table. How the hell do we mitigate this from happening?
What do you mean?
Like, I have... is it gold amount? Like, how do you...
Yeah, so this is how it works. So you build your list, right? And so at the start of a league, you all start with the same amount of money. Now, as your players get injured, or your players level up, or you get more gold than the other person, there's a disparity in your team value. So you calculate that before the game begins. So say I have two guys that leveled up. So my team value is not at 1,000 anymore. It's at 1,200.
So you're not playing 2,000 gold games? Like, is that not the standard? Like, what
No,
is...
that's if you were playing a one-off game, you would play that. But if you're playing in a league, the difference in team value is then given to you as gold to use before the game.
Where are the rules for this?
Because you're playing on the PC version, it doesn't explain it to you. In the rule book, it's very explicit about it.
Okay, so it explains it in the rule book, and you've got a difference of blah. And so then you buy your rerolls, and you get an apothecary. Ooh, look at that fucking vampire!
Oh, Luxembourg, what's his name? Luther Drakenborg.
Oh, there's your...
Yeah, he's there. Ram Tut 3. My dude. Okay, what am I doing here? I have
your offense.
This dude
I know.
is huge.
I don't know
what
what
is
to
this
put.
dude? What is this dude? The freaking that guy.
Which guy? Ice
Yo,
Pelt?
yeah.
Or...
Yeah,
That's a
Ice Pelt.
Yeti.
Yo, this is what Yeti should look like in Age of Sigmar. Why are they failing me?
You have a whole bunch of star players. I hate you.
I mean, you wanted this.
I know. Like, this
is what you wanted.
Everyone's like...
weapons.
Everyone's leaving this RantCast. This RantCast is not going to trend well on the YouTubes and such.
Whatever, I don't care. You all don't even know. Whatever.
Sell me on Blood Bowl again. Sell me on Blood Bowl. I want the elevator. I don't want the elevator pitch. I want you're in the boardroom. You're telling me why Blood Bowl, Brendan. Why Blood Bowl? Why are we investing in Blood Bowl? And then I want you to do it too, Frank.
Sure.
It's the most fun you can have if you are already invested in like the Warhammer, specifically fantasy side universe, where you can play your favorite game to watch on television with your favorite game to play on the tabletop, and the whole point of it is just enjoying the concept of chaos. I love it. It's amazing. Hello?
Matt? Oh, he stepped away. I just all tapped. Yes, Brendan, that is all correct. Blood Bowl is a wonderful game. It is the best. It's the best rule set GW has. Some would say.
I would agree.
Some would say.
Really, you're going to use the Pogo player elsewhere? So
I just don't see the point of taking them right now.
So I have the kick skill on one of my guys, which means that you can see that my area to kick has been reduced. So
Reduced by half.
I'm gonna go super aggressive and try and like crazy coffin corner. Oh, choose which square for your kickoff to land.
Yeah, that's the kick skill. Nice weather.
Whew.
I also thought that I was on defense. So, oops.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of a weird setup, but whatever. Frank knows what he's doing.
I have 0 rerolls, by the way, just so you know.
Oh no! I have magic, which I don't actually know how to use.
See, it's just like an AOE on the side of the fireball. Okay, hold on. This is all money. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you, lineman. Kill him.
You want to use dodge? Oh, you don't even have dodge.
No.
I wanted to surf you because he's got frenzy.
Yeah, bummer.
If I was going to sell people on Blood Bowl, I would say, hey, do you want to spit in God's eye and roll dice? Because that's... I mean, I do.
I deeply regret not getting Morgan Thorg as one of my special players.
Yeah, it probably would have helped you with these big guys, huh?
Yeah.
Does he have block? He does not have block. Did none of these guys have block? None of them have. Oh.
No, bro. Elf linemen are garbage.
Where's your war dancer? There we go. I see you there. Do-do-do-da-da-da.
He's got hypnotize. Wow.
Yeah, for those of you listening, some players can actually use hypnotism. The vampires, most notably, can disable tackle zones and make players unresponsive to any players walking past them or anything like that.
It's a very good skill.
It's very unique. I think it's only vampires and this star player, the Sidewinder. So I have a chainsaw. And I used my blitz already. So I thought I was on defense. Turns out it is difficult to play video game when and talk to people on a podcast. I can't do both, so we will move.
I'm gonna zoom in for Ramses here.
He's so cool. Why are mummies so cool?
I don't know, Frank.
Mephisto just vanished. I totally didn't realize that he left.
Yeah, so he wasn't kidding when he said the numbers were going to be, that people were just leaving.
He left himself.
Kick me on Blood Bowl. Leaves.
Okay, see you later, guys. All right, we're gonna have to throw some blocks here. Big boys.
Yeah, beefy boys.
No big boys. He's got dodge. I want to make that tree fall.
Do it.
There we go. Oh, and he's cut in half. Yeah, folks, a new edition of Blood Bowl coming out. It's very exciting.
And that's why we're playing.
I don't have block.
I don't either.
It's got grab though. Do you want to use stand firm? Yes, you do.
I do. I want to
Alright.
stay right there. All right, so we're going to showcase why wood elves are fucking dumb.
Here comes the wood elf bullshit. Are you ready, folks? Hey, Meph, how's it going?
Y'all just y'all got this going on.
We were laughing because you said the numbers were gonna drop, and then you left. You left your own stream. It's fine.
No, it's a little masturbatory right now. Like but that's what the shameless, like, sort of unabashed episodes are.
Yeah.
There's a werewolf in there. Who's the werewolf?
Yeah.
This is awesome.
That's Wilhelm Chaney. He's got a leather jacket.
Is he an undead? Like, where?
He is a star player for the undead teams.
Sweet. No.
You can also just get a werewolf if you play necromantic undead. In fact, you can get 2. And werewolves are very good.
Rocco, you know what? Like, Rocco, come on. Hop in here. Rocco, come on. Hop in the Arcane Sanctuary. I'll drag you down into this game. Because this is no longer a RantCast. This is a Bloodborne stream. Or a Blood Bowl.
You have Bloodborne so embedded into your, like, psyche. You just say Bloodborne.
I love Bloodborne.
God damn it.
I love Bloodborne so much.
Alright, are you ready to see a goblin chainsaw, dude?
I am.
Wait, so how does the goblin activate the chainsaw?
So he attacks, but instead he rolls the chainsaw. So if he rolls a 1, he hits himself with the chainsaw.
Look at this dude! He's like a freaking night goblin Bane. This is amazing.
Extremely painful.
For you.
For you.
For you.
Let's do it, baby.
Yeah. Rough him up. Oh!
So you just used an illegal weapon, though. You just used a...
Yes. So that is an illegal weapon, and at the end of this drive, he's gonna get kicked out. Now I think.
So he's gone from the game. Like he'll be gone from the.
Yeah. So if I had a bribe to pay the ref off,
How do you get bribes? There's like these layers to this game that are just not being talked about right now.
That discrepancy in team value.
Yeah.
One of the things you can purchase is a bribe. It costs 50,000 gold.
Can you say in a league? Can I just buy it, or it's only when the discrepancies happen?
You can buy it if you have the money.
Okay.
But you get free money. So if Brendan was at 15 and I was at 10,
free money, Patti Smith, great tune.
If Brendan was at 15 and I was at 10, I get 5 for free.
Free
it wouldn't
money.
Cost me anything.
That would mean so much to me. Oh, so good. Go. Pause the stream right now. Go listen to Patti Smith. Fantastic. If you're raising a daughter like I am, Patti Smith is who you want your daughter listening to, not Britney Spears. Although I'm Team Britney these days. Like, not gonna lie.
So it said. Now, Meth. Right now, I'm gonna see this guy with the bombs in his little bucket in the backpack. I'm gonna throw a bomb. We're gonna.
So this is like a pirate.
Yeah.
Man, you're gonna throw it at this like blob over here.
I'm gonna try. So if he fails the pass, it just explodes in his hand.
So he has a pass for no reason.
He's throwing a bomb.
Okay.
Like explosive. Do it.
Would you like to intercept here, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
So in Mutant League football, you could actually.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Rocco, what's up?
So Rocco's all up in here.
Hello.
Can we hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're good. I hear you.
Hold on.
We got you, man. You're good.
You're a touch quiet, but you're here.
I fucking love this game.
Do you like it more than Age of Sigmar?
Yes.
What?
What?
No, I just heard Brendan say without pause.
Yeah, he said yes.
Just instantly.
Yes.
You're like one of the filthmongers of our community. You're the whack asshole, brings filth, tries to win, go for the throat, teach people a lesson at the game by beating them. Why this one?
Bring 60 goddamn Blight Kings in a Blessed Sons list to do 60 mortal wounds, eh? Okay, I see you.
He ran Slanesh when Slanesh gave him the best chance of winning. What's that?
I said unapologetically ran Slanesh and stole the list from from somebody else.
Yeah, yeah. Feck with Feck, you're just unapologetically like you're a filth player.
Yeah.
Okay. You admit it though. That's the beauty of it.
Well, no, that's what makes it fantastic. He's a villain. He knows he's a villain. It's
Earns LOV.
yeah. Oh, LLV, my boy. I haven't seen you in forever. I sent you a DM, man, and you didn't respond to it. I'm a little. I think our relationship's tenuous right now. I'm a little.
I'm hurt too. Shit.
Yeah, I'm hurt.
I'm hurt for you.
No. But Brendan, you're that guy. I mean, not that guy, not in capital T, capital G, not that guy. But you're the boogeyman. You're one of the boogeymen of Age of Sigmar. You like this game more?
Yes.
Why? I don't.
That's crazy.
Take away his Boo Earns. Take away his AOS card. Why? What?
Like,
oh man, the tree man goes to kicking in the nuts.
These games, like,
no.
So much more fun.
How? Why? I need you to explain to me why the person who unapologetically like, oh yeah, Slanesh. Everyone's like talking about banning Slanesh, and you're like, nah. Building it, playing it, winning a tournament with it. And then you're like, no, I like Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl's the more fun game. How? Why?
So much. Like,
is it?
I feel like that first game with Frank was perfect.
Like it's consistent. Like I think both players can have fun with the failures of each other more so than AOS.
You think there's like a camaraderie in the wacky? Maybe
you feel the bad beats together. You're like, ooh, that was rough.
Like you celebrate each other's successes and you mourn each other's failures a little bit more than another in Age of Sigmar, perhaps.
I would say so.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Is that I don't want to answer for you because I feel like we're getting into like some deeper psychological tiers of the boogeyman of the Midwest.
You look at that game that Frank and I just played, right? You know, where he kills, injures 3 of my guys, kills 1 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just crazy dice. I'll never get mad in that game because like that's just what Blood Bowl is. Like I've rolled 3 black dice, rolled triple skulls, taken the reroll, and then rolled triple skulls again. Do you know how often that happens?
Yeah.
1 in every 50,000 times you would roll 3 sets of dice.
Is what stats tell us. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're just like, yeah, well, okay. It's
and that's it. That's it.
I
guess that's it.
Yeah. I agree.
Again, that's that XCOM thing where the XCOM player just goes XCOM. Like if you don't relish in the fact that stats aren't perfect, and when I say stats aren't perfect, I mean eventually the dice balance out over time. But who knows where you are in that law of averages, right? In any given game, you don't know. And if you don't embrace chance and RNGesus, you are you're just gonna be in a bad place. You gotta, but like I think there's when it comes to like Age of Sigmar, like something I try to tell people is like take the dice out of it to learn the lesson, right? Like, but what I'm saying is if you were supposed to make 1 of any of your 7-inch charges and that was the game, and you didn't make it, walk away happy. Know that you played a great game and the dice just were the dice. Like dice being dice is liberating. It should never be like soul crushing. Dice being dice is fun. The part of the wackiness of like tabletop RPG is the natural 20, the natural 1. This is why I have a problem with like dice pool games, and I love Soulbound, and we'll be back this Friday. But like,
hell yeah, dude.
But like without the critical failure or the critical success, I'm like, what am I even doing? Like, I don't like there's an enjoyment of just letting dice be dice. Is it that Blood Bowl lets dice be dice? Is that where some of the enjoyment comes from?
I think it's. Oh, I shouldn't speak for Brendan, so go right ahead.
I mean, I probably like it's just man, like it's this crazy unquantifiable thing to me where like it just the game just
troll punching a wood elf.
Down goes the wood elf. Down goes the tree. The whole forest is toppled, ladies and gentlemen. The Destruction All-Stars are pushing hard right now.
But you were talking about the the unquantifiable.
Yeah.
We'll learn how to try and do magic here.
I think it's like
magic's in this game.
Yeah, you can buy a wizard in that discrepancy thing, and the wizard will cast Fireball.
Yeah, so Fireball triggers on a 50%, and Lightning Bolt is on an 83%. I don't know what the difference is. But
Lightning Bolt is single target. Fireball is AoE.
Yeah.
And it counts like Mighty Blow, so it gets a +1 to break armor. Ah! You stunned my vampire. You killed. You killed. No, my chainsaw.
Like that laugh there. Did you hear that laugh?
It's joy.
Oh my god, yeah. I love the ash clad around him too. He's just all kinds of fucked up there.
I'm sorry, Brendan's talking into Potato. What did you say, my man?
I said, man, that's just Blood Bowl. Like, that's just what that is. Like,
yeah. I think, like, that's the thing. I think that's the unidentifiable. It's like, that's Blood Bowl. You never say, like, oh, that's Age of Sigmar. Because the game has so much variance.
Yeah, well, like, you don't say, like, that's Age of Sigmar if you get double turned. You're like, I got double turned, right? Like,
right. It's not part of the game, like, inherently. It's like, oh, a thing happened.
Yeah, like this thing. Yeah. Oh.
Look at this. Look
at
it.
Look at this.
Oh, look at the moves. Oh, you hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got 10 rerolls. You have 10 rerolls.
Because Frank's team is, like, I can't even use 10 rerolls. Like, you can only use one a turn.
Look, I'm sorry. You wanted this. You said, hey, you do this.
Yeah.
I'm like, I hope if I, like, kill one of your guys, it's not, like, it doesn't count. This is just a friendly game.
So
yeah, it is just a friendly game.
Okay, good.
So, there's a ref model in this version of the game. Is there a ref model in the tabletop? You
can have one if you want. Okay. That's the whole thing. It's like you can make a crowd. You can like make your cheerleaders, your coaching staff, your beers, your halfling chef.
Your cheerleader exists as a rule, but you don't need to have like cheerleader models.
No, you don't need to have the models, but some people go all out. They're like, here's my doctor, here's my wizard, here's my my coach, here's my ref.
Okay.
Like the game has a lot of opportunity for kit bashing and customization, like on that.
On the hobby side. Yeah, the hobby side's pretty robust. What's cool is you can take the attention to detail on like a sort of a single model because they're so impactful to your game. You know, what's the top end of how many models you're playing with?
You can have 16 models at most.
Is that including your like bench and stuff?
Yeah. You can have no more than 16 players.
Okay.
Let's do it. Fuck it.
Hell yeah.
Uh-oh. So I threw a bomb at him, and he intercepted the bomb. So now he's got a bomb.
Uh-oh.
Your guy intercepted the bomb?
He could intercept the bomb, yeah.
I thought he just would have blown up when he caught it.
I would hope.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he fell.
What? What just happened?
He fucked up, boys.
Man, Blood Bowl, man.
That's Blood Bowl. Turnover. Wait, why is it a turnover? Oh, because you intercepted.
No, it's my turn. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like I didn't think because I fucked up the pass. That's why. Oh, that's funny.
I don't know what's going on right now. Someone catch me back up.
Okay, so Mephisto, my guy can throw bombs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like he throws the bomb like you would pass the ball. Same thing.
Okay.
So he passed the ball. Now Brendan intercepted that. Oh wow, he almost failed picking up the ball. Go on, score. You better. So he intercepted, which means that he then gets to throw the ball, or the bomb in this case. But he fumbled the throw. He rolled a 1, so that means the bomb explodes on him, and it hits in an AOE of 3x3. So it counts as like an armor break for everybody else.
So
it sounds really complicated. It's super easy.
Well, that one of the problems I have with a Blood Bowl and taking it to the tabletop is it feels like there's a ton of interactions.
Oh, like stuff that you don't know the rules for that the game has.
Yeah, and it just does it for me, like right there with the interception and and just did the dice.
Well, I mean, and like here's the difference: is like you start playing the tabletop, people will explain it to you. You say, okay, well this is how this works.
Yeah.
The game, like you have the basics down, like you know what a block is, you know how to move.
Yeah, no, I figured out the grid and like passing, and I figured out that stuff. Yeah,
the little stuff, and it's all pretty consistent internally, like the way things work.
What do you mean by consistent? What do you? It's consistent internally. What do you mean by consistent?
So like,
it's always just yeah, go on.
So the way that things are worded, it's like okay, it's like a 4-up on this. And so it's like any action that would determine if a player is knocked down, for example. Like, you know what an armor break is, so it uses that terminology. It's like, okay, just treat this as an armor break with a +1. Or it's like, if you do this, it's like a dodge roll, but it's a -1. It's using like the keywords, for lack of a better term, to explain how like how the interactions happen.
Well, and this is a game where it has the there's an abbreviation for it. I can't recall it right now, but like the universal rules language or whatever. Like they have universal rules in this game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Which is something that we kind of shy away from in Age of Sigmar. I'm fine with shying away from an Age of Sigmar because again the game's just bigger, it's more robust, it's the attention to detail and stuff like that. But like I hear language for okay, an aftershave should be an aftershave should be an aftershave.
A ward save is a ward save.
Is a ward save is a ward save. Like they've kind of fixed that finally. You know, like that's we did it. We did it, everybody. Holy shit, a goblin fanatic. Hell yeah. Yep. Night Goblin Fanatic, love it.
So, guess how it works, Meph? How do you think it works?
You hit all the folks around you, but you sometimes hit yourself?
It is a scatter template. So, the way the ball scatters when it fumbles, it's the same thing.
Cool.
So, I pick a direction, and then he scatters in that direction.
Cool.
If he gets knocked down, he's done. He can't get back up, because he lost the momentum keeping the ball swinging. And he's not strong enough to like start it up again.
Yeah, fair enough. No.
So if he gets knocked down, he's down. Also, there's a guy in a poker stick. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I No, but I was saying is like there's a abbreviation for like universal like rules language or whatever it is. I can't remember what it is. And 40K did it for a while, and Age of Sigmar was like, no, we want the like snowflake language. And this game is in that like, oh no. Oh no! Oh no! What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, like he can't even move the way you want him to move?
No, he can only move in a cardinal direction, and then he scatters like one of the other ones.
Oh no!
Let's do it, baby. Go for it.
Go big or go home.
All right. I'm not pushing any further than that. But like, okay. That I'm sorry to interrupt, but like that moment of us both going, that's not in Age of Sigmar. There's no like tension like that.
Well,
they got rid of scatter dice.
Well, scatter dice. It's good that they're gone. I'm sorry.
Like the immediacy of like the interaction. It's not like, oh well, he's gonna charge me. It's like I don't know what's gonna happen. Like maybe.
Yeah.
It's just a different game because it is such a smaller scale. I think it works. If it was on a big scale with a time investment, and I've got like 100 models on the table, like no, I don't want the random. Like I don't. It's just weird because like both parts of my brain are stimulated by the two different games. Like
No, it's a totally different experience.
yeah. It feels like you got to be like. It feels like you kind of got to be on board for it.
Something
And
I'll say,
a dude roundhouse kicked a werewolf.
Yeah.
Let's not put that down here. That was fucking awesome.
Something I'll say about Blood Bowl too is like when I win in Age of Sigmar, sometimes I'm like, wow, I won. When I win in Blood Bowl, sometimes it's like, yeah, I guess I won. I don't get the same satisfaction out of victory. I guess that's the difference for me. It's like I don't see it as like a win-lose. I see it as like a what happened.
You get a satisfaction out of playing as opposed to the outcome.
Right. Whereas in AOS, it's like, okay, I want to win, so let me play to win.
Okay.
Not that I'm not playing to win here, but it's just it's like you can't control it. It's like a weasel.
Well,
you can't catch it.
You can control it. It's just not. It's not a foregone conclusion at like deployment or.
Right. There are like instances where it's like, oh, the game is over. But
right now, it feels pretty over for you, by the way.
Oh yeah, murder.
Yep, it's murder time.
Oh, you knocked me down.
Oh
Out
shit.
of here, King Tutankhamun.
My Moomy.
The big boot. Look at that.
He got that good wood right there on him.
The good wood.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, he dodges on a 2-up because he's a wood elf.
Yo.
Let me do something crazy.
All right.
Do it.
All right.
Oh! What?
He's got the reroll.
He's got 10 of them.
Yeah, he's got plenty.
Here we go. Woo! He's going deep. He's going places.
You stopped me, Ali Babad. He's got a knife.
So you can't re-roll now because you already used it for this turn.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Knife. See, you know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, you're picking it up.
I've played the game on the on Steam, and so there's some of this stuff that's like the game does for you. I'm like, I don't understand why that happened that way, because the game just does it. Brendan's got the dice rolls on the bottom part of the screen, which has helped me immensely.
Yeah, it helps you visualize what's actually happening.
Yeah, with the actual like, okay, they rolled a dodge here, it was a success, and they had like a 3 up to roll it. They had a dodge and a 2 up because like there was math happening to reduce that person's impact on the dodge roll, and like that was what was lacking for my playthrough. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can still like voice act Bob and shit, but.
Do I swing the fanatic at the guy that I actually want to hit?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
Fuck him up.
Swing.
Fuck him up. Ah!
Swing! Swing!
Oh!
Too bad he's got dodge.
You get burned.
Oh no! Oh, he's dead! Why is he dead?
He's dead.
No, he's gonna stay dead.
Well,
Yeah.
no, apothecary that shit. No, okay.
No,
He's just the lineman. He's got some war dancers over here.
Okay. So war dancers are the one that like kind of break the game.
yes.
Okay.
Look at how many skills. Like, just it's all keywords.
Right there, it's absorbing the whole like sub picture there. Like it's 8 of them underneath.
Yeah.
There. Okay.
And mine die so quickly, I stopped playing Blood Bowl for a bit. Because they just kept dying.
The frustration level. Oh, go on, finish your thing, and I'll ask my.
No, that's it. I was just frustrated. That was all. Go on.
Well, like,
Your
does Blood Bowl ever hit that like you're just so frustrated with dice, like fuck this game forever?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It happens.
Yes.
But I would say those are few and far between.
I want to hear Brendan weigh in on this one because he kind of got talked over a little bit.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, there's times where I've just like stopped playing a team because like you just have like one of those games against Frank. Like Frank had in that first game.
Yeah.
Where just everything dies. Just everything is like injured, and you're just like, I just got that guy, or I just leveled him up, or I worked really hard, and you're just like, man, I just can't. And and you walk away for a little bit, or you just start a different team.
Okay. But it's got to be like a lower money, like a monetary investment, a little bit, right?
Oh yeah.
Because you're only fielding at most 16 models.
Yeah, I mean, and like the GW kits are like $35,
Okay.
and that's like most of a team. Like you probably have to buy 2 of them,
Okay.
but
So-
then you're done. Like you
Well,
never need to buy anything else.
That's what I want. Is I want a video game investment. I want 60. I want to put in $60, 70. Okay, fine. I want to put in like $60 though, and be like, I'm playing the game now, and I have a return on my investment, and
Yeah.
like I want that. I get 30 hours out of a $60 video game. I want that from my tabletop experience too. I actually want more than that. That's why I think tabletop has like a higher, value than video games. Even though I'm
Boingy, boingy, boingy.
what is
Here we
this?
go.
What is going on here?
Get him.
Son of
Get
a
him, boy.
stick. He's got the ball.
Does have the ball.
Save the game right there, man.
I don't know. I'm not too concerned about winning with this incredibly overpowered team.
Oh, you just want to kill shit, and we just want you to kill
I
shit.
don't want
Let
to
me
kill
tell
him.
you.
I just want to
Oh
see.
my God.
Like I haven't used like 90% of the people on the field right now.
So like, I guess what like it kind of feels like is a little bit lacking in this game is the snowflake factor. Like,
Yeah,
where's my
I could see
unique?
that.
Because it's a bunch of like universal rules, and like the best players just have extra rules. Like, where do I get that snowflake factor?
I think with the team that you choose, like that's the identity, and then if you choose to like, because when you level up, you get to pick the skills. You can make like some like specific builds if you like a player that's like defensive or a player that's good at passing and stuff like that. But yeah, there are very few unique things that you can get in Blood Bowl.
So this is just a war dancer coming to like scrub you off.
Yeah. Oh, and he's gonna mix my face. Because he's a war dancer.
Oh, and he
he's got
stripped the ball. Oh, but he didn't strip the ball.
Well, if he had pushed me, the ball would have scattered out, and then he can score.
No, I can't. I don't have.
No, I mean if I fuck up.
Yeah. Yes. That is correct.
Scrap a sorehead. Scrap a sorehead.
Yeah. He's the pogo sticks counted as an illegal weapon.
What? Why? Oh, extra
'Cause-
movement maybe.
Yeah, he's movement 7, and he has leap. Lets him jump. But yeah, Meth, like you being confused on like why does that happen? Why does that work? That way, I think that's more to do with you starting with the game on PC rather than playing with the tabletop. Because you haven't had to actually like process how things work.
I'm gonna defend the PC as a good gateway drug, by the way, because it
Oh,
appealed
yeah.
to like 2 parts of me, which is like again, I love XCOM, so it got my XCOM blood boiling a little bit, and then it's like, oh yeah, and then I look on the internet, I'm like, oh, the models are sick as hell, like, so like 2 parts of me were just like, I'm in. The sync on like doing 16 models, and you can put you like hero quality painting on your linemen, your like PUDs, your lame ass units, because it's just 1 model. You're still putting in that leadership hero quality painting job on a lineman, because at the top end you've got 16 of them.
You know what else? Too,
I had to like churn out 60 Mortec guard,
Yeah. And the nice thing is, like, once you have those players painted, like, you're not bringing a different list, really. It's like you have your team, you have your team. It's not like, oh man, I gotta go out and get like another catapult and like some Death Riders. It's like no, you have everything. You're done.
They just get better because they gain extra rules over the course of like the league or whatever.
You're not actually like getting any additional unit. Like you have everything. It's just there.
Mm-hmm.
I realized I fucked up. So I'm just gonna pogo stick my way right over here. Yep, there we go. And hope Brendan doesn't punch me behind the touchdown.
Why?
Area?
He can just move. He doesn't need
Right.
to punch you.
Well, he's in my tackle zone now, so he'd have to dodge out.
No, I don't.
You don't?
He's
Oh, you
in
have
there.
leap. Yeah, you have
No,
leap.
I don't. What?
Yeah.
I've got an even better one.
Oh
You
yeah.
gonna walk backwards?
You're just gonna. If you hit me, you'll push me back, and that's enough.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Vampire.
Well, and that's the other thing is, like, from a video game stance, like, you just buy the video game and you play it, and you don't actually need to sink the hobby time in, right?
Mm.
And then you also develop the skills of playing the game.
Yeah, like the basic zoning.
Tabletop simulator has its place, right?
Yeah.
But like this is Blood Bowl. This is not like pseudo like measuring. It's like no, this is the game.
Yeah, because it's on a grid and everything. You're not simulating measuring. You're not simulating some of those other deployments. Like, you're not simulating some of those things that, like, Tabletop Simulator is simulating. You're playing the game straight up. It's a 1-to-1 conversion. The only thing this game is doing is the math for you. Everything else is you, right?
Yeah, no, exactly that. Like I think that's a huge benefit of like having the PC game and the tabletop like at the same time.
Well, I hope that 3 comes out the same time as like the new Blood Bowl, because I want to do a league. I want to do what I wanted to do with the International Escalation League that kind of like tapered off a little bit. I want to do this for Blood Bowl. I'm like, we're quarantined right now. Like, the rest of the world has mitigated and managed their quarantine a lot better than us. Like, but we can do the thing. We can have full-on leagues, and you can be like hobbying your army as you have a digital like replica of it perfectly with the game that you play in a 1-to-1 as opposed to a 1-to-1.
And you're developing the skills to play while you wait. It's like, okay, I'm painting and actually getting to like practice. Yeah. It's so hard to like practice AOS with like without Tabletop Simulator.
Well, Tabletop Simulator takes out some of the micro movements. That's the thing that TTS the nuances of some pylons and stuff like that. It's I'm not knocking it. I think it's a fantastic tool. Rocco, you are like the TTS god right now.
Thank you.
How do you think
werewolf down.
Yeah, how do you think that compares to like what I'm saying right now? Like, maybe you disagree? Like,
I agree that it's a great tool. I think that once you get used to it, like really to do a lot of those micro movements, you turn off snap and grid, and then you turn on a new tool called measure movement that just got put in a little while ago. Woo! Double knockout, double
and touchdown.
Let's go. Do it for the tree people. But there's ways to make it that way. You just have to get used to the system. And like there are full-on tournaments. Like I did a Worlds TTS thing where it was the world team versus Europe. That we had really high-quality games on. Where like I think it was like Team England's captain, Team Wales captain. We had Masters players from Australia and New Zealand. We had the #1 master player, and Matt Tyrell, and then my dumbass showed up because I was like, "Oh, I'm a little out of my depth," and I still did good. I still did 2-2 against that kind of competition, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
But it does have its place, especially considering how long we're probably going to be in quarantine for here in the States.
Yeah, we fumbled that. We snake eyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, making the best out of a bad situation.
It's true. No, it's true. That's the thing is like I like finding ways to connect with the community. I love that the pockmark of the bomb that went off in the beginning of the game is still here, by the way.
That's the fireball.
Yeah, that fireball is still there. I love that. This is a detail that will be lost in the actual tabletop. This is one situation where the video game is better in my mind. Is that there?
Some of the grids you can get have some really funny art on them.
Yeah, like but it's not like that you made this team made this art. Like
that's something that the video game has an advantage to give you.
Or the cheerleaders dancing, but
look at this guy smoking a cigar.
The stogie.
He just got the new model today. They showed it off. Varag Gulchur. He's the star player that the Orc team's going to get in the new starter box.
Not bad. Oh yeah, they were showing him in the he's in the.
And he's got a ghoul like impaled on one of his spikes.
Yeah, no, it looks really badass.
He really hates the ghouls. Grabbed by the ghoulies.
It's crazy that you have all these star players. This would never happen in a real game, right?
No.
No, not at all.
This is strictly just for fun.
I mean, you're getting your ass kicked 2-0.
Oh, I know. I mean, look, that should tell you everything you need to know about wood elves.
Wood elves are dumb.
Hey. Yeah, they are.
I mean, the changes that they're gonna get to the passing being a separate stat is gonna neuter them a lot.
Oh, that's what we heard. Okay.
Oh no!
Throw a rock.
Oh,
Somebody in the crowd just really did not like Ithaca Benoin.
You hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen.
But
And he
you
didn't
did fall.
He didn't regenerate. Yeah.
Oh shit, that's even worse.
Touchback. Who's gonna take it? How many turns? Oh, not a lot.
Two turns.
Gave it to the Vampire.
Yeah, that's a good call.
He's fast.
Crazy.
Alright, so let's do it.
All right, third time for him charging off it. Oh,
Yep,
good.
no.
He didn't do it.
Yeah,
He didn't do it. Oh, there we
do
go. There we go.
Yeah. Nice.
That's like a little crowd.
Rafe. Yeah, he's... Oh.
Elf name that is.
Yeah.
Dim Rafe.
Yeah.
He's dim now. He got a concussion. He got his shit kicked in.
So, hey, Mephisto.
Yes,
So,
sir.
are you feeling it?
How am I feeling?
The Blood Bowl?
I was already on board. I just I don't know. I don't think I did what I wanted to do with this episode, where like I wanted to showcase like Blood Bowl and have people really like get like a more in-depth understanding of it.
It's hard to explain like the rules of a game over a podcast.
Yeah,
But I think
go ahead.
that example match that me and Brendan had is a very good indication of how like our experiences with that match are super telling.
Well, you both enjoyed it too.
Oh my god, what a blast!
The aspect of like
Oh, yeah.
celebrating each other's like successes together and like, you know, sort of like mourning each other's failures is something that's hard to replicate in gameplay. In any board game experience, like you have like essentially what are called like fuck you card games, right? Like the whole point of the card game is to fuck you.
Like Uno, and you're going
Yeah,
skip,
you know,
skip,
Uno,
reverse.
yeah. Uno is the prime example of this, right? Like
Oh,
she's dead,
There we go, boys.
chess mice.
dead, just dead. It's you know, like the FU card game or whatever, the like the Dominion. It's weird when I think the great success of Blood Bowl is that it makes this game that essentially bonds you through its like weird masochism. I think that's the beauty of it, is that you have this like symbiotic relationship with success and failure. With the other player. I think
do it,
that
baby.
I think that's what makes it kind of great.
Yeah, I think that's for me. That's one of the best draws of it. It's like you suffer like the same because you've suffered the worst feeling of like, oh man, there's no way this could fail, and you lose it.
Yeah.
It's like you understand, and then you're like, oh man, I hope he gets this touchdown.
Or like just watching someone like trip at the like end zone and just like laughing about it together, you know? Like
Yeah, it's like, as of course, it's funny.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's it's just I think that's pretty brilliant. I like that it's on a smaller scale. I like that it's completely different from fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy Battle, 40K, and Age of Sigmar. Like this is not this. You could never play a war game and learn to play this game because you're teaching someone essentially a board game, right?
It is a board game.
But on the other hand, like if you've played the war game stuff, you're taking all the stuff you enjoy about them into it. Like there's a cool, you know, not often achieved sort of a zero like best of both worlds. It really does have the best of both worlds because it's a board game. But if you love like wargaming, you love painting your dudes and converting your stuff and and you like the dice and the tactica of it all. You get to port all that in. You get that like 1-to-1 in a sense. But on the other hand, it's like you don't need it to just enjoy a pretty rad board game. You're only ever rolling 3 dice max, which is a big deal. Really, that's you don't want to be throwing fireballs every interaction. One of the most obtuse aspects of Age of Sigmar and Warhammer 40K is getting efficient at dice rolls. You're always throwing fistfuls and fistfuls of dice, and it's fun to always throw fireballs, but on the other hand, it bogs it down some.
It makes it less special.
Yeah, you're trying to law of average out, and the impactful dice are always, priority and charges, because you're rolling fewer dice that impact the game more. I'm rolling 100 dice to do 4 wounds. I don't feel the impact of that,
Fuck.
Oh.
The 2-up. How can you fail a 2-up?
Yeah, I don't know. 13% or 16% chance.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, Meph. It's the best of both worlds.
I think it is. I think that's what I think it comes down to is it's the best of both worlds. You got to be on board with the foosball thing. You got to be on board with it being football, right? Football.
I mean, I'm not. I don't give a shit. I just think it's an interesting game. The football aspect of it does nothing for me.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not. I know y'all down with the foosball.
Yeah,
but for me,
I mean, I love
hate it
because we're showing more precautions right now with football players than we are our children going back to school. So there's that aspect. So I kind of hate it in that respect. But
I'm fucked either way here, huh?
Get knocked down. It's better. Right?
He got pushed out twice this game. I'm such a fiend for him.
Yeah. There's the societal impacts of what we do to bend over backwards for professional sports, but I watch people's mental health tank so hard because they couldn't tap out and watch basketball or baseball, and I'm like, clearly this has societal merit. Is it offset? Is it more than it should be? And do other things take a back seat and all those? Yeah, all that stuff. But you can't tell me they're not worthy to have entertainment weekly that way. There's a better case scenario. This is halftime now?
You're
just going to halftime. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? My team of ultra killers.
Yeah.
Does the football aspect of the game add another layer of appeal to you?
To me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's that what about it?
I don't think it has to be football. I think that it is a sport. So that I get the sport stuff that I can port in from the things I enjoy about sport, which is silly names and numbers on jerseys and stuff like that. That is rewarding to me, and I don't think that's necessarily rewarding to you if you don't care about sports. Maybe it is. I don't know. There's an aspect of it. I don't think it can work with basketball. Yeah, I'm sitting here and I love basketball a great deal. I wouldn't care if this is baseball at all, because it's not 3-dimensional enough. Baseball is very linear, which is the appeal of baseball as a sport, because it's figured out. Baseball is just pure numbers and math, and it's super straightforward. It's a samurai versus a gunslinger. It is just that ad nauseum with 1,000 years of data to back it up. We've got baseball figured out, and that's what makes baseball fun. Football, we can get it figured out, but it won't matter because the game is weird enough. The football, the fact that the football is made to be a specimen of chaos. It's oblong. It's gonna do weird stuff when it hits the ground. You can never quite fully account for it the way you can with a pitch and a velocity, a velo and stuff like that. I know if I put this baseball at this velocity in that corner of the box against a left-handed versus right-handed batter, I know what that looks like statistically speaking. You can fumble a football and do it 100 times, and it'll still bounce the weird way. There's a appeal in the chaos of legit football. By legit football, I mean American football. At me, Europeans.
Hell yeah.
You've made baseball sound so much cooler to me by saying it's a samurai versus a gunslinger.
Oh, it's so cool. Baseball
is
great. It's a samurai versus a gunslinger, and then just pure math from there.
So cool to sound like that. Like, it's just like, oh, he's gonna cut the bullet.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like, yeah, the gunslinger tends to have the advantage, but every now and then you just get that shogun assassin, best samurai ever, who just like crushes the ball, and they pitch around him, and then you have to stack your roster to where if they pitch around the one awesome samurai, they have to like run into other samurai and stuff. Like it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then you take advantage of like the weird nuances of like base running and like because like your roster on the field has to be your roster that's in your batting order, so then you have to like motion that around, and it's a sport that's figured out, but because it's figured out, you get to enjoy the nuances a ton. The other thing I love about baseball is one, it's there when you need it. I don't need to watch every baseball game ever. I never need to do that. But like my week sucked. I turn on baseball. Like, tapped out, baseball's on. Baseball's always on if you need it. The game takes 6 hours, so if I'm off that day, I get to drink 6 hours. It's like baseball's got it's got this like really great like niche for me. But the point I was trying to make it to is I can look at the box score of a baseball game and know exactly what happened the whole game. So like it lasts 6 hours in an entire day. But I can still look at a box score at the end of my work shift, and I didn't see a single pitch in baseball, and go, I know everything that happened that whole game. Because it's so figured out that, like, I can see the pitch counts and the batting order and, everything. The whole box score, and I go, I can see the whole game in my head now. I just get to read the synopsis at the end, and unlike in literature and English, where if you read the synopsis, you've missed the point. Baseball, like, you get it all. It's like the only sport that does that. Like
That's an interesting point. I never really thought about that.
That's why the things I love about baseball are the most boring things about baseball. So I get it. The things I love about basketball are like on the completely different axiom, which is you get to see paragons of humanity like actually matter. Where like a single baseball player doesn't really matter that much. They play so many games and the sport is so figured out. If you have the best pitcher in all of baseball, it's like, okay, cool, you get 1 in 7 game wins. Kinda, sometimes.
Yeah, my poor Mets. We have a 2-time Cy Young winner and Jacob deGrom, and they just did some stats. Because when my team plays, they just don't give him run support. They're like, yeah, if the Mets just scored like 3 runs a game for Jacob deGrom's career, he'd be like 59-1.
Oof.
Yeah, no, instead it's like a 30-30 split. And we're like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like a single player in baseball, like just it's not enough. Whereas in basketball, if you have like the best player in basketball, you can be entertained every game forever, no matter what. Even if you're like not going to win stuff, right? Because like just the best dunker in the world, if the whole thing is they're just like the best dunker ever, you just get to watch every game and be like, I just got to watch a dude like windmill dunk on like 11 idiots for like an hour. Like
dude just became a poster in a kid's bedroom off of that dunk.
Yeah, like
he's up there and like
yeah, like just posters for days, posterizing for days. Like so that's why I like basketball and why do I like football? The violence. It's modern day gladiators. Like it's the closest I will ever be to being in a coliseum watching people in full plate fight each other. So like they all have their appeal. Like on the other hand, like society, and there's a lot of stuff going on with what sports do to society. And I'll talk with you about that in arenas and the whole nature, and we can totally talk about that, and it's very valid concerns. NCAA
diving tackle.
Nice. NCAA, and there's some stuff going on there. But, like, when it gets right down to it, like, the entertainment aspect is what, like, I care to talk about right now. And they're highly entertaining. Like, Tiger Woods, I don't give a crap about golf, but if you're like, this is the best person ever to take a tiny stick and hit a ball as far as possible into a tiny circle as fast as possible, I'd be like, okay, I'll look at it. If you're like, similarly, if you're like, this is the person who is the best knitter in the entire universe. They can knit an Afghan instantly.
The Mega Grandma.
Yeah, like Mega Grandma has shown up, and like she makes 3 doilies and an entire quilt in like 20 seconds. I'd be like, oh,
what else? Bullshit.
Show me.
Let's go.
I'd just be like, yeah, show me. Like, let's see this.
I want to see it.
Paragon of humanity do the thing. It's like why is sumo entertaining? Because it's the hugest, most dexterous people ever. Like, huge people who shouldn't be able to, like, do the splits. You know, and you're just like, whoa. Why do we care about figure skating once every 4 years, right? Because you get to see paragons of the thing elevated to a stage where you care about it. Like, I enjoy that. I want to see the smartest person ever solve the puzzle. I want to see the highest jumper ever jump the highest. I want to see the best painter in the world paint the greatest picture. I want to see humans achieve at all times.
Could be.
Like, what
could be dormant in any one of us.
I just want to see science fiction play out in like real time, with like people constantly pushing the boundaries of what we even think is possible. I love that shit. That's why I like games. We live in a time right now where we get to play games and sports and stuff for the sake of games and sports. You think about like back in the olden times, you know, with the my own Gladiator reference, that was for murder and politics and really heinous things. And now you just get to be like, yo, like, let's just watch, like, huge sportsman do huge sports stuff because he's huge and I want to be entertained by it. As opposed to, if my huge sportman beats your huge sportman, I've indoctrinated your entire country into my way of life. Like, I don't know, that's pretty awesome, actually, that we just get to enjoy that shit. I like games. I think games are fascinating, and I think that, like, human society to just, like, want to game each other is fun. They talk about like cave paintings, right? Where like we looked at we went into like these in-depth studies of like these cave paintings, and like we found this cave where like the cave paintings were like progressively higher and higher and like more intricate, and we eventually found out that they were just fucking with each other. Culturally speaking, they were just who can paint the highest, most elaborate painting. Is what they found out that like these proto-humans were doing in this one cave. It was the equivalent of just making the highest dick pic. Is what we found out that these proto-humans were doing.
It's amazing.
Isn't it? And I just go, like, we've always wanted to like style on each other with games. Yeah, like these are people who, like, if they miss a meal that day, they're dead forever. Like, they're just gone, and they still found the capacity to like have like mud and clay, and just like find a way to climb up the cave to paint the taller picture. That's fantastic. I'm a kind of a sardonic guy, but like I find that optimistic. Like, I find that just wanting to, like, game on each other and, like, and prove yourself just for the sake of doing it is awesome. Like, it just
says a lot about, like, our condition as human beings.
I think so. Like, we have some base competition, but, like, the person who painted the highest, like, penis picture didn't get more food that day. They really did just come down and, like, moonwalk in front of the other person. You know, like they, like, because there's still saber-toothed tigers and shit trying to eat you. They just did this for kicks. There's something optimistic in that for me. That
yes, Kicker, they are playing Super Fight with cave drawings.
They're playing Super Fight with cave drawings. Yeah. I heard that story, and when I heard that story, it validated, and there's confirmation bias, sure. But when I heard that story, I'm just like, this confirms everything I believe about humanity. Where if we were allowed to just create and have fun, we would actually be, like, awesome. You know? Like, if we just got to, like, I don't know, if we have, like, a universal basic income. We just got to, like, create for the sake of create. Sorry. And we just got
like
to
universal healthcare, so like
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about dying.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about saber-toothed tigers of disease, metaphorically speaking. Like, if we just got to, like, do that, we wouldn't be in a utopian society because at some point someone would style on you so hard they took it too far, right? Like, that's in human nature too. But man, would it be awesome if that was the worst of our problems.
Like, you know, with this quarantine thing, it was like amazing, like what I was doing to keep myself entertained. Like the stuff I like doing, sure, but then also like I would just like mess with my wife. We would gamble for like doing chores, you know, like it's just those little like stupid things.
Yeah, yeah. Like we live in a we do for better or worse. We live in a society of abundance with relatively low problems, like true need. You will die if you don't check the box problems, you know? And I'm not, like, undermining, you know, like, unemployment or disease or any of these things. Like, these are very, very real struggles. But like, you're not in a state right now where if you don't, like, do the thing, you're just dead now, right? Like, you have some, like, redundancy and you have some ability to adapt and continue on. And I think we have a... I hope we have a refound appreciation for some of these things that we've been overlooking. I haven't painted a model since January. I haven't. Because I, like, looked at, like, the priorities of my life, and I was grinding to paint stuff for tournaments, and, like, I'm like, I don't play tournaments for a year now. What's important to me? Playing Uno with my kids. The most rudimentary, lame game ever, right? Like, but it's the first, like, fuck you card game, so, like, kind of awesome. Well, it's not the first, but it's the first one I had, you know, like, my love of control decks in Magic the Gathering is because the, fuck you draw 4, right?
Ugh.
Yep.
The ultimate.
Like, I love Counterspell. Yeah, I love Counterspell because fuck you, draw 4 cards, right? Like, that's when someone's like Uno and you're like, draw 4. Yeah. Also, I know that the color in your hand was yellow, so it's fucking red now. Like, that's a control deck. Like, that's why I love control. Like, that was, you know, like like you can look at like who I am right now and be like, oh, it goes back to like how sadistic this dude was with Uno. Like,
that sounds about right.
What's that?
I said, yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, doesn't it? And yeah, but like, I'm just to round it all off and to finish it all off. I think games for the sake of games. I think reprioritizing like I think when we get out of when we get out of the COVID lockdown, and maybe it's, you know, next year, maybe it's 2, maybe we lose because America kind of has sucked at this. Wow, look at this Wood Elf player just go.
Like, just styling on me.
Dead.
Yeah,
half his team is dead.
Yeah, but
like, not just dead. They ain't getting back up. They're mulch. That tree man's gonna grow a lot.
Yeah, but like, I think we'll be so grateful to just play games with each other again. I don't think we're going to care so much about what is filth and who's a whack player and so on and so forth. On the flip side, if you come out of COVID lockdown and you just only care about winning again and like crushing your enemies and hearing the lamentations of their women,
Brendan.
Whoa!
I think that's I don't want to say like that's wrong or that's bad because like, you know, play the way you love to play the game, but isn't it just going to be great to play games again? Like, isn't it just to play a game against somebody And like, yeah, Seraphon's busted, and fuck Croak, and so on and so forth. But isn't it just going to be... I'm going to be so grateful to see Croak on the table. Because I see an army on the table, I'm almost not going to care about all the stuff I, constantly discuss about balance and stuff on my own show. I'm just going to be so happy to just see the game.
I think that moment of like, hold on, we're not even like, we've not been so like saturated with game that it's just like, yeah, man. Hey, look, nice army.
Yeah, great army.
Looking good, dude.
It's gonna be like,
that list.
Well, like, think about the person who's been like going through the desert in like all of our like movie and cinema and like that classic scene where they're going through the desert and then they see the oasis and they drop down on their knees and they just start drinking the water, and you, the viewer, are like, that's so muddy.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, it's the best thing.
Look at how much dirt's in there. They're just like scooping up the sand and they're drinking off the top of the sand. Gross. But like, if you're the person in the desert, fuck the sand. I'm just like, I am in this. I'm gonna lather it all over my body. I'm gonna drink the sand water. Like, I don't give a shit. And that's where I'm at right now as an AOS player. Like, I don't care what the water, how like sandy it is when I get out of this. When I'm finally able to like throw dice and high five my friends, yeah, I'm gonna be in kayfabe mode. I'm gonna be the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar, and I'm gonna be the wrestling heel that I am. But also, I'm just gonna like hug people because I'm gonna be able to hug people again. And
oh, dude, I want to go to a Midwest meltdown after all the shit and hug the shit out of you.
Domus,
I will find a way.
Yeah.
To travel, I don't care. My half blind ass. We'll get this done. We just need to, be alive to do it.
Yeah, right. And so do the responsible shit so that we can all play games together again. Be responsible so we can all play games together again, everybody. Like, I don't care how skeptical you are about stuff and the mask and all the things, whatever it is that you're... I don't pretend to know what you're going through, but like, we have like some sort of aggregate of knowledge right now that if we do the things, because the entire world did the things.
The entirety of humanity
was in agreement about something, and like there were like some missteps and some misfires, but for the most part, all of the world was like, okay, this is what we kind of got to do to get back to normalcy. And I'm looking at the entire world and seeing that they've got back to normalcy, and we haven't in any measurable sense. And I'm like, so maybe we just need to do that shit, even if it's a placebo. Because the placebo effect is real. So maybe we need some, like, mass placebo effects of thinking that everything works because we've seen it work elsewhere. 2 seconds. 1 second.
It's too late.
He's ranting, boys.
It doesn't matter. No, placebology needs to be a thing. Where you go, and they're like, what works for you? Okay, we got this. Here's the pills, or here's the...
Yeah, here's the sugar pill. Whatever. Yeah, take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, placebo effect is super powerful. Like, we know this in, like...
It's the most amazing thing, because it's like, the fakest shit is the most real. Like, it's not real.
Rocco, your boy, just wants to remind everybody that chat gang ain't nothing to fuck with. So.
That's true.
Yeah.
Damn right.
You know how...
I've got 9,000 points. I should use some of these.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No. You know how like the orc thing in 40K is like they believe it'll work. So
yeah, they paint it red and stuff. Yeah,
I fucking love
it's like that's the placebo effect.
It is. Mm-hmm. So like maybe we need just a healthy dose of the placebo effect, even if it's all bullshit. Everybody. So like just freaking get on board. Let's think in the same place and move the ball instead of being contrarian assholes. Like, and I'm not saying, like, I love being a contrarian asshole. It's pretty much how I started my entire podcast career. So, like, like I'm enjoying it, but, like, I don't get to throw dice being a contrarian asshole right now. So let's just do the thing. I don't know.
I gotta say two things.
I'm gonna use the restroom. Can you say the two things without my feedback? Okay, cool.
Yeah, do you think? One, if this takes any longer, I will actually have my full fucking Deepkin list at this rate. Because it's like something I made on TTS because I was in a league where like there were 5 Cities of Sigmar players. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll find another army. It's TTS. Oh, shit, I really still like elves. Oh, shit, this turtle, I could make it work. It just did 18 mortal wounds on the turn 3 with the extra attacks from Volturnus. Let's fucking go. Shelly's eating some ass up. But at this rate, I'm gonna fucking collect the goddamn army and paint it and be done.
Yeah, man, I feel you.
And two, At least I'm getting some game. It's not like I know it's not real, but at least I'm playing something on TTS and with Blood Bowl and with this. We get a little bit of our escapism here.
And interpersonal communications so important.
Oh God,
Like,
yes.
A lot of people use the games as an excuse to socialize, which yeah, sure.
Mhm.
I mean, Brendan's using this as an opportunity to show how busted Wood Elves are by beating a team of entirely star players.
Yeah, 5-0, and it's not even been close.
Like, I just have no rerolls, and I have no skills that I want.
Like,
Frank, you just gotta level a team up, and then
I know.
apparently,
Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll get that league going.
yeah. This might be the thing.
Real Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle, play the story.
Fucking Kyle.
Is he even in chat
Oh,
right now?
he's one of the Pants Mafia.
He's not even in chat right now.
Fuck you, Kyle.
That's funny. Hey, Brendan, what about you? Why don't you talk for a little bit here?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? How much I love Blood Bowl?
I'm kind of, honestly, I was shocked when you said that you liked it more than AOS.
Oh my God, that blew my mind.
I love Blood Bowl. It's the best. And like,
why is it the best? Is it because it's a tight game?
What? I mean, this game is not because it's a close game.
No, I'm saying like it's tightly designed. There's not a lot of there's no need for an FAQ.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. It's just really clear. You know what you're getting.
There's no ambiguity.
Yeah.
It's like, what does block do? It does this. There's no sometimes it's battle line if it's not summoned.
Unless it's not battle line.
Unless it's also not in your army as battle line, and then it is battle line. But not
allies, but then it is. But it's also not.
Hey, can I add a keyword to this Anvil of Apotheosis character? Yeah, I guess. Way to not answer the question.
Oh shit.
Just agree. Just make up rules with your friends. It's fun.
This is fine. Everything is fine.
Nothing's on fire. That werewolf has been fucking people up, though. Let me tell you.
Oh, he's great. I've used him so much.
He's killed like 5 of your dudes himself.
Get away from my boy here.
Uh-oh. Here we go. He's on it.
It doesn't matter. He's gonna get into base anyway. I don't have block.
I don't either.
I do have wrestle.
Down he goes.
Not a full deck. You love to see it.
Oh,
You love to see it. You don't hate to see it. You love to see it.
Let's go.
You're just gonna jump up. So fun.
Jump up with that ghoul. Have my wood elf pick it up, pick it to one of my catchers, and then just run upfield for a score.
Yeah, and you will.
He's got wood elf too, damn it.
Hey, Meth, welcome back. We were just talking about how, what were we talking? I don't even fucking know.
We're fucking stupid. That's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is not a RantCast anymore. This is just random fuckabouting at this point.
Oh, that too. I mean, we put a rock audible.
I feel somewhat responsible for this. Going
I think playing actual Blood Bowl on stream was what did this. Because having a conversation.
It's too hard to do both.
But it's a different type of content now. So it's this could have been just a live stream, right? This isn't an episode of RantCast anymore. This is a Twitch stream. This is just a Twitch stream.
This is just we're hanging out.
Yeah. So I do apologize to folks who are struggling through this 3-hour episode on YouTube or Spotify or whatever you're listening on. So I apologize, but if you made it this far, you've probably been pretty entertained. And I feel like this is where editing skills would be really great because we had these awesome little patches of true insight and great banter and stuff like that. And so it's if I just only learned how to edit audio and then I could just release this as a 2-hour episode or something But
you could take it off the slate too and just pretend that 60 never happened. It's the secret episode.
No, only episode 1's not on the slate.
Episode 1 was great though.
Audio issues.
Whatever.
Because there's the like the thumping noise because it was actually recording through my webcam and not my microphone. So you just heard this like the whole time I was talking. But it was an AshCon recap, and Brendan, it's weird how integral to this whole journey you have been. As a weird monster of the game, as the bad guy, and it's weird. It's almost like you're like a really great guy. You just like hide it behind like being the bad guy in a game.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. Like it's you can all claim that I'm a good guy, but clearly I'm just evil. Like
he is playing Wood Elves.
Yeah.
Who puts up 6 touchdowns in a game of Blood Bowl and isn't a ginormous dick?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's fair.
I just came here to eat my beer and pretzel, and you're ruining it. And I don't like this whack business going on.
Yeah, the wood elf at all costs.
Yeah.
What's good?
That's really fucking funny.
You're welcome. Yeah, you can take that. You can.
10 out of 10. You get a gold star.
Yeah, you can have that. Did Rocco, your boy? Did you redeem this when I was gone? Because I think.
Oh no, we got it on the right track.
We got it. Okay, because Rocco, your boy, just wanted to remind everybody that checking ain't nothing to fuck with. Since everybody stopped listening, and I'm terrible at this, calls to action. Follows are free on Twitch, so just do those. And subs don't cost you anything on YouTube, so do that, because if I hit 1,000, I can dual cast, which will be really sweet. So,
ooh, dual cast.
Yeah.
And if you happen to have Amazon Prime, that's free too.
Yeah.
So you can use the Twitch subscription.
Yeah, so Twitch Prime up in here. If you do that, that's helpful. So like, there's a bunch of like free ways to support the stream by just clicking a button. These are called calls to action. I'm terrible at them. I don't self-honk nearly enough. When I did the 27-hour rantathon, I did not say that being a part of you got to hit that smash that like or subscribe button to be in any of the giveaways. I don't think I even mentioned I mentioned the Patreon once as a joke. During the Patreon segment where the patrons were on, and then once during re-rolling ones when they talked about they don't have a Patreon yet and why they needed to like think about all the stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a Patreon, but like you don't get shit because fuck paywalls. So like you don't get shit for supporting me on Patreon, apart from like awesome bragging rights and the knowledge that you've supported me. I should probably start shouting out the patrons at the very least. I know G-Dad's been...
At least Soren. My God.
Well, Soren gets shouted out every night anyway.
I know.
And thank you, Soren, for the $800 donation.
Yeah, Soren, thank you for getting my entire podcasting career off the ground by like by making it solvent to begin with, so that I could justify it to my family to just ignore them one night a week. Like
the mad lad.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or like getting us all the emotes because he single-handedly hit every threshold of subscription, so that we got to max out on emotes. So
he was like, Frank, get to work. I'm like, what?
Yeah, Frank. Soren just donated another 20 subs, so we hit the next threshold.
All right, I guess I'm drawing him.
No, it's a streamer's dream to make content that Soren will go out and follow and pay.
Like Soren's the fucking Moby Dick. He's the...
I gotta get back to streaming, boys. Listen, Rocco needs a new fucking turtle.
Yeah.
And Soren, how you doing, baby boy?
He's so wholesome.
He is. He's great.
Well, like what it is he? I mean, it's difficult to balance all my opinions about like stuff sometimes. And Soren said something really like simply that made me accept to make it was G-Dad and him. G-Dad is different Dave or Dave.
Yeah. I knew his name now.
Thank
you for that.
But like we
it's hard for me to like accept. And when I say charity, I mean like, accept stuff at me, right? Like it's really hard. It's hard to be like, I should have a Patreon because give me money. Like it's hard for me to say that. Like I would give you all of my opinions freely and let you on my show freely, and like everything I say on the internet I want to be accessible. Like I don't like, here's the podcast that you only get if you Patreon. And nothing against the folks who do that. Like I know Legend of the Painting men do like they're like they do their hangout stuff for Patreons only and stuff. Nothing against you if you do that, but it's hard for me to think that I mean anything to make that a donation incentive. That it's so no.
Sorry.
Like, I see you're just getting styled on 6-0.
I am getting fucking bodied.
Hard body.
This is such a like a duality of games. Like the last game was so amazing, and this one has just been like miserable.
Oh, this has been awful even on my side. Like
it's not fun for either of us, right?
Like I'm not gonna take my foot off the gas because like that's insulting to Frank.
Oh yeah, I would feel spit upon.
I'll fuck him right up, bro.
But
shake his hand after, buy him a drink.
But like it's I don't know, it's hard for me to like be like, oh, throw money at the thing because you support me, and then like I'm not like I know I can't do the RantCast if I didn't have like the subs and the patrons. Like I know I can't do RantCast because it cost me money out of pocket that I wouldn't have been able to spend before, you know. And I certainly couldn't have done it without Brendan and Dan stepping up with the 2,900 points of fucking Aussie Arc Bone Reapers, which is
what a haul.
Which is an insane grand prize. And then Dave, he sent me Nurgle and KO, and before that I had Soren did the Stormcast Eternal giveaway, which I think kind of motivated people to like donate gifts to begin with for me to give away on stream, you know, like there's like a snowball of things that happened to make the Rantathon what it was, because it was just going to be me for 27 hours like just like cracking jokes, right, and like getting super like sleepy, and then but the minute that like there were prizes, I'm like, I need to do this justice. I can't just let it be a joke anymore. It's not a joke anymore. It's real now. You know? And all that, like, when I say that, you know, Chat Gang, you're the show within the show, when I say that RantCast doesn't exist without you, dear audience, I mean it the most sincerely anyone can. There are shows out there that exist despite their viewership. They will be great, and you know, because they're polished, they're fantastic. Like, you know, like even like it'll go like the home court here. Like Haywo's content is he doesn't need us to make fantastic content. You know, like he's just gonna make the laughing guy meme, right? Like he can just do that. Like
he's good at it too.
Like he can just do that. Like yeah, Vince Venturella and Warhammer Weekly without an audience isn't Warhammer Weekly. But when it gets right down to it, Vince's takes with Tom to balance out, and their cast of like rotating guests, like they have. Look at the what he just did with the balance thing. With
that was great.
He got 1,000 respondents, which is a proper sample size on like balance and stuff like that. Like you can't just like will that into existence. There was quality information there that they had to you know, purposely do, and this exists because I'm able to talk with individuals and I've had people prop me up, and so when I say that this show exists because of Chat Gang and because of the audience and so on and so forth, like I'm not bullshitting. Like we don't get here. The Rantathon doesn't happen without Soren and Brendan and Dave and Frank, and like it doesn't happen without you guys. I was just a figurehead. I just stayed up 27 hours. You know? Like, all I did was talk for 27. That's all I did. I organized some stuff. I found the right app to help me micromanage some shit. And, like... And I mailed out prizes. And only about half of those, because, like, some of the prizes were, like, you know, digital, and some of them were, like, mailed out from, like, the folks supporting them. So I just, like... I just kind of was here.
That's a good thing, though. You did good with that. That was all great. That built up. It was a big crescendo of stuff.
I was going to ride off into the sunset, man. I've said this a few times to a few different people more in private. I don't think I've said it on the air. That was going to be... I was done. I was like, it was actually the Ranties. I was going to ride off into the sunset after the Ranties. I'm like, no. The Ranties, I can't do it yet because I promised the Rantathon. So I got to, like, that's it. That's the finale. It's been a year about now in August. It's been about a year. I've done the show for a year. You know, we've made memories and so on and so forth. But, like, when you're a person, maybe it's my insecurities. I don't know. We're getting super.
We're getting deep.
Yeah, we're getting deep here. Maybe it's the COVID that's
making me
super introspective. I don't know what it is, but it's like when you go ahead.
I was gonna say. So speaking of after hours,
yeah.
So are there any closing thoughts that we'd like to have before I inevitably pass out in this chair?
Blood Bowl is good game. You should play Blood Bowl. I will help you learn. If you want to learn, come on down. I will teach you the Blood Bowl.
Let's start a RantCast like league, and we'll help you.
It's already in place.
We'll help you play the game via Fumble if we must. Like we can do this weekly. I think we can do this like every Sunday or something like that, or maybe every Monday Night Football is best football kinda. We can do Monday night. We'll do Monday night. We'll do Monday Night Fumble. Maybe we might make that a thing. Maybe somebody else like hosts it. So if like I got family stuff, then somebody else can like host it on the stream.
You can work it out.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you're all there, Kicker in the chat says I'm thankful that you are still going, Mephisto, and I think I can agree with that too. Real happy about that.
Yeah, I mean I know my work's not done now. Like I mean that's the thing is like I found out like my work isn't done. And that sounds super arrogant. No, that's not... I don't mean, like, I'm, like, gonna fix Age of Sigmar. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, I found out that the cause of mental health visibility is personal and meaningful to so many people. And I'm like, but we're not there yet. That it's not ubiquitous to be like, I need a mental health day. And then you can, like, take a day off from work, and then they're like, oh yeah, everyone's like, cool, yeah, I get that. You know, like, we're not there yet. And so, like, I still have work to do, because I feel like a whiner, and that I'm somehow a pansy or something, because I divulge and vomit all my emotions into a microphone sometimes, and, like, I make long-form Twitter posts about, like, I just made a Facebook post about, like, my bad dreams last night. I'm just, like, talking about my dreams. It's a dream. Like, we're talking in the 90s, I had a dream journal. I just started using Facebook as a dream journal at some point. Where I'm like, nobody's going to read this, but, like, I got to get rid of this. I can't keep this in me anymore. I need to type this out. And so in the past, it'd be in a dream journal, and just, like, and then I would lock it away, and then that would just disappear with time. But now it's like, I put this on this thing, and, like, people can keep scrolling if they want to, and if they want to read it, they can. But, like, I didn't do it to be read. I did it to, like, not have it in my head anymore. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, man, why did I just write this? And then people read it, and they must think I'm just, like, bleh. Like who reads this and goes, like, oh, we get you. Turns out a bunch of people.
Bunch of people?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
hello, here we are.
Yeah, man, this is shit. There's a reason, like, in all ye olden times, we all know what happened because everybody kept a fucking journal and said all of the shit that happened to them.
Oh, Da Vinci's journal wasn't meant to be read
by others.
No, not at
That's
all.
why it's
No.
disjointed and weird. Like you talk about, like the Da Vinci's Journal. Like it wasn't supposed to. This wasn't a proof of scientific journey. This was a person sketching and rambling to himself, and then we look back on it and go, "Oh, dude, look at all this awesome stuff." And I guess that's the double-edged sword of the digital age, is like because you can just like make your journal a broadcast, but then like everybody's doing that, so who hears you, right?
So this is a good thing. We can tie this back into what we said before about Blood Bowl and why it's so great. We can enjoy each other's
Look at that
suffering
segue. Great segue.
and each other's joys because we share in these feelings and we've been through these same things. And that's why Blood Bowl is a great game. And
Yeah,
that's
well,
why you should play Blood Bowl.
it's that shared suffering, right? Like it's that,
Yeah.
that camaraderie.
We've seen it.
You
We've
commiserate.
been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, commiseration.
Yeah, the
Oh,
power
yeah.
of commiseration. So we're gonna do. I think we might get a Monday like a Monday Night Lights thing going with some Blood Bowl. We'll do some Fun Bowl. If you want to play Blood Bowl, right? So it's got all the hobby aspect. I think is pretty self-contained. And
I'll help you out, Rocco.
Rocco, yeah, Rocco's raising.
Oh yeah, no.
Like
We'll talk.
Use me, bro. Use me. I'm here for you.
yeah. So we got you. Like you want to play Blood Bowl. You're on. I mean, you got plenty of time to hobby, but like learning the game and playing the game, I don't mean to pan like TTS, but like it's a 1-to-1 conversion when it comes to like the digital tools we have, because there's no measuring. The deployments are on a grid. Like it's the video gamey aspect of Blood Bowl. It's a 1-to-1 conversion. It's all there. It's just internalizing the dice. That's all you need to worry about. So
And it's a lot easier than you think it is.
yeah. So if you're interested in that, at me on Twitter, at Frank on Twitter, at Brendan on Twitter,
Don't at me because I don't know shit.
at Rocco anyway.
Aw.
Brendan, closing
What a guy.
thoughts, and I'm going to kick you off the show, and we're gonna close up.
Yeah, that first game was super enjoyable. I'm very sorry to everybody about the second one. I love star players. I think they're the best.
I agree with both statements. The first game was amazing. The second game was not fun for me. It was not fun for Brett.
Was it Wood Elves really that bent?
His team was very well developed, and my team was full of star players that had no synergies. Like there was nothing.
Okay.
It's just like you took all the best stuff and shoved it into a bag.
Like a better. I think maybe a better game would have been if I had been able to play like the Order star team versus the Destruction.
That would have been a better one.
The lack of synergy would have been a better game, right? Like
Yeah, it would. Both of our teams would have been equally unsynergistic.
But the first game was fucking perfect.
Right. Yes.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to see like the highs and lows of like what Blood Bowl could be, because I really love like super developed teams, which is what leagues are for. Like watching that Wood Elf team, you can see like what you can develop teams into. So yeah, I think it's a great game. I think it's worth getting into. When the starter comes out, I think any player from Age of Sigmar, 40K, whatever, if they're looking for just a game to pick up where, you know, they're not going to have to like learn a whole system's worth of rules to just get games with their friends. You know, the model commitment is super low. You know, all of these you know things that you know we all talk about. Blood Bowl is the perfect game for it. It's consistently the most fun I have with people, either online or just in the store playing with folks.
we started essentially a little like closed league ourselves with Blood Bowl 2 on the internet. If we could just get Kyle to finish the tutorial.
Damn it, Kyle, you bastard.
I like that everybody's fucking telling Kyle.
I don't even know which one of the Pants Mafia Kyle is. I'm just fucking around at this point. I don't know if he's in the Pants Mafia. Is he minimum? No,
he's
moderate.
No, he's minimum. He's minimum.
Okay.
Maximum
I'll
pants
get
is
it
Christian wear.
Yeah.
You got Tanya in there, and then you got moderate pants as Alex, who will be on the show later on this month.
A good doctor.
Yeah, we're gonna do. I didn't do like the MHA Rantathon recap because I wanna. We're gonna visit some thoughtfulness again with him because he is a. You're not getting professional advice, but he is an expert on in the actual field of like mental health, as opposed to me who just whatever. So we're gonna do that, but then we're gonna reward you with some list science at the end of it. After we do the thoughtfulness. So moderate pants will be back on, and
There you go.
so yeah, we got that going on. But yeah, like it's cool because you can just like league out, and I think that's one of the cooler aspects of it. Like it feel because it's a lower investment. I think that's one of the bigger boons of the game too.
Oh yeah.
Like
And once you have your team, and you move on to another one if you want to play
the time investment, the hobby investment, the cash investment, they're all lower, so you just get to kind of like if my like undead team sucks, like I'm only out like $60. That's a video game. That's a couple paychecks of disposable income for me, a practical family man, because like just taking $60 and buying a game for myself is pretty aggressive for like a paycheck, but like I can space it over a couple paychecks and have a team, and that's not too bad of a turnover. I think that's part of the appeal of this game for me. I think the monetary to enjoyment aspect, that's something I care a lot about, and I think that's really high for this game.
And the names are great, like the Guacamole Crater Gators. Come on. Just get silly with this shit.
Oh yeah, the personality into the game, the infusion you're allowed. Yeah, you need Blood Bowl going in your local scene a little bit more. Just get in there.
It deserves it.
Yeah. Frank?
No, I mean
Brendan, I release you if you need to go to bed now.
All right.
You got your closing thoughts.
Good night, Brendan.
Good night,
my closing thoughts. Yeah, I think Blood Bowl's a great vacation game for those of you who kind of feel burnt out on painting your armies, maybe, or you want to try something different. I think it's great. I mean, 16 players don't take very long to paint, and it gives you an opportunity to do colors or techniques that you might not have gotten, especially if you're an OBR player. You're not painting a lot of skin, so that give you a little opportunity to do so. I think it's one of the best games GW has, and I'm optimistic for the new rules, but I mean, if they change things, then we just go back to playing the old way, and that's fine too.
It's such a community-driven game too. Like, you don't. I mean, Games Workshop. It's cool because they're putting new models and they're writing new rules for it, but it seems like a pet project for whomever is developing that, right? Like,
I think so.
There's somebody in there, and like, there's a good side and a bad side of pet project. The bad side of pet projects is you're too close to it to see its flaws, right? Whatever. But the good side of it is you put your passion in, so even the flaws kind of become features. Like it's your baby, so you just maybe you coddle a little bit too much as a downside, but like you're still taking care of it, and I think that's pretty special.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's super easy to pick up. It's great, and I think if you feel like if you play AOS and you get upset when you lose, I think it'll help temper you towards that, about like just laughing it off or just understanding that it is, at the end of the day, it is just a game.
Well, I mean, I think that's something we've buried the lead on a little bit when it comes to competitive gaming, is the gaming aspect of it. That is a detriment to games. Like I League of Legends, I only have fun when I'm winning in League of Legends these days.
Oh my god.
Yep. Fuck that game.
Oh my god.
I
couldn't do it. Because you're playing ranked and some guys just like, hey, I want to go jungle fiddlesticks, and you're like, okay, well that's 30 minutes of my life I can't get back.
Yep. Oh, it's my promos. Oh no, sorry, I'm just
someone's just like, I mentioned it's my promos, and I just got that one person who loves to, like, they get more fun ruining somebody's promos than winning a game, and they're not in their promos because it's their third account. And they just, like, so they tank your promos because they get more fun out of that than than anything else. That's the most fun they will ever have is tanking somebody's promos on their third account. You're just like, awesome. Yeah.
This is
like
a stress ball that I'm because League. We just mentioned it, and all of a sudden,
I know, it's like my blood pressure just spiked.
Yeah. No, the horrible thing is, like, I'm very good at League of Legends. Like, I'm a very skilled player, and so it's like I have this sort of like sunk cost fallacy, where it's like I'm very good at this game, so then I should play that game because I've already put the time into being good at the game, and I have a natural aptitude for it because it's. I mean, face it, I was good at Dota, but like I have great fundamentals, and I don't need to have the like minutia developed skills of Dota, so I just get to like be awesome at all times. Cool, but it's a sunk cost fallacy. It's like I'm great at this game, so I should play it, and it's like my fun is way too hinged on winning, and so I never have fun. You know, like you can only win. Only half the people in that game ever win, and even when you win, you have 5 people on your team, and 2 of them are probably dickheads. And so even when you're winning, you have 2 dickheads that you personally don't want to allow to win because they're dickheads. The game is.
I love it when like
No, like I've had games where I'm like I'm winning, and then like I just have this shitlord on my team, and I just stop pushing. And I'm just like, no, you're not going to ride my back, son. I will win the next game because I am better than you. And even me having that personality in that situation is a problem, right?
Yeah.
I've said the only fun I ever have is winning, and people who ruin your winning are assholes, and then I ruin somebody's winning because I'm being an asshole. Like, look at the, like, horrible monster I become in this game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think Blood Bowl quite has that.
No.
And Age of Sigmar, I don't think Age of Sigmar has it either, mind you. Like I don't only have fun winning. Winning is what I want, but I don't only have fun winning, which is why I still love Age of Sigmar. You know, like Magic the Gathering, there's no like sum in a single player game of Magic the Gathering where I lose and I had more fun than you. Like me, maybe other people do.
No, I think that's true. The Magic has that like Blood Bowl doesn't feel like Magic in that like Magic you're like okay, playing, win, done.
Yeah, Street Fighter even like there's not often a sum of the experience where I lose the game or I throw the game and I had more fun losing than if I had won it. I don't think there's not really a scale that balances out where like I lost the game and I had more fun usually.
Double KO is like the only instance I can think of where it's like, yeah, double KO.
Yeah, because it doesn't happen often.
Okay.
Right, but usually it's like you're in the position to win the game and you just style on them and then you lose. You don't feel net better about that. You lost. You styled on them because you were trying to get the ultimate like satisfaction of beating somebody while styling on them. Right? Like that's what you're going for in that situation. And I'm running it through these like these other game types where if I style on you in Age of Sigmar and I lose, I just like ha. I tried to go for like the big dick play and then I lost. Whatever. Like where like if I make this 12-inch charge, I don't need to go for it. If I play conservative, I win the game right now. But if I push forward and then I go for the 12-inch charge, I can crush you and still win. But if I push forward and then fail that 12-inch charge, I lose. You can take a satisfaction away from Age of Sigmar with that. You can be like, haha, I went for the big dick play and then I lost. Ha 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 ha. Right? That doesn't really exist in some of these other games. I feel like Blood Bowl has that constantly. It's always about styling on people.
It's like you're
liberated. You're liberated.
Yeah, because you're punished for everything that you do. It's like, well, might as well. Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the key sauce. That's the special sauce.
That's what it is.
It's like nothing matters. So everything matters, so nothing matters.
Yeah.
And give everything block.
Yeah, and give everything flock.
My God, I learned that so hard, so quick.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, good stuff, man. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, y'all did good.
Well, so Rot, the general collection, something you'd recommend? I don't know if I can speak to that so much, but we know that the new starter set is coming out, and we know that like Bloodborne 3, the video game, is essentially coming out.
Yeah.
If you want to like hobby and get started, like by all means, if there's a model that just jumps out at you,
The undead team is there. It's already there.
Yeah,
Don't
just-
play anything else.
ooh, like get it. If you're already like, I've got vampires coming actually, like because of Kickstarter.
Ooh.
So I've got vampire pirates coming, and what
There you
I
go.
proxy them as is gonna thank you G-Dead once again. So I've already got
yeah.
like. Yeah,
You got in on the same one. I'm on the Tomb King side of that.
yeah, I'm on the vampire side of that.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
Okay.
vampire pirates. I'm already there. The star player won me over.
I know. It's so cool.
It's so good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So like I already got like a Blood Bowl team lined up. If like the models like speak to you in any game, it's a hobby. That's the beauty of our miniature games is like we have that hobby aspect. The hobby can be fulfilling in and of itself. I mean, who are winning right now in the COVID lockdown race of Age of Sigmar? The ones who enjoy the hobby for the sake of the hobby, like just painting models and stuff. Like they're just like,
Yep.
yo,
Hey, it's me.
yeah, they're
Hey.
beating me, the person who wants to game and like talk about the meta and stuff like that. Well, the meta doesn't
Oh,
matter
God,
because
yeah.
we're not really playing, and the game I don't get to play it. So hey, like, I'm not lamenting that, mind you. It'll pass. This
Yeah.
too shall pass. I'm fine. But the
Yeah.
point is like the models. If you love the models and you love the models, then do it. But otherwise, I would suggest if you're thinking about just getting into Blood Bowl, wait for the next starter set, right? Like if you want to enjoy that platonic sense and like just get into the game as like
If you want to play it right now, Blood Bowl 2 or Fumble.com, that's FUMBBL.com, will let you play the game now, and you can worry about your hobby later.
and it's like $5 to buy
Yeah,
Blood Bowl
it's
2.
usually on Steam.
It's
yeah.
like $5 on Steam right now. So if you just want to like play the game, like then
I
get your
see.
reps in and get used to it.
I'll actually look and see what it costs on Steam right now.
It's
All right.
always on. It's one of those games that rotates in and out
It's
of
like
sale.
constantly on sale.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
It does.
You want to get the Legendary Edition if you want to play everyone. It is $30 presently, not on sale, but the summer sale did just end, so
Yeah.
you might like me very.
I
Blasphemy,
think I
please.
picked it up for 10, I think.
Yeah, I think something like that. What'd you say,
Blasphemy, please be on sale still. Please, Blasphemy. I've been putting you
Blasphemous.
off. Blasphemous. I've been putting you off, and like you went on
Oh.
sale, and then I got paid a day late because
Oh, no.
my boss didn't put in our payroll.
It is 43% off right now.
It's still off. Oh, okay, come on, Blasphemy.
Oh!
Hang on for me, baby. I get paid tomorrow. Hang on.
$21.73.
What is it?
$21.73.
Oh, please,
Hell yeah.
just hold out, baby. And it's got an X pack in baked into it right now.
Oh yeah.
So hang on one more day for me. Hang on for one more day for Daddy. I will buy you tomorrow. Just make it to tomorrow. It's gonna be midnight in an hour, and
I think you'll be okay.
my pay will like deposit by about noon. So hold out till noon. 13 more hours, buddy. I'm coming for you.
go.
I'm coming for you. I love Metroidvanias. I can't into my veins. Speaking of other games,
Play Hollow Knight.
I love Hollow Knight. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm telling those who are
Oh.
still listening.
All right.
Yeah.
Play Hollow Knight.
There's like 8 people still listening.
Yeah.
Exactly 8.
Yeah.
They're not really
Yeah.
listening. They
Hey.
fell asleep with the computer on.
I'm about to.
Oh.
So I think Mephisto, if you think this is a good place to end it,
It is.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into RantCast. You are the show within the show, chat gang. What else do you say?
No, you're doing pretty good.
No, you got it. You crushed it.
All right.
I was about to walk off. I was about to ride off into the sunset of podcasting because everybody else has a bigger, better, badder podcast than me. You don't need my opinions on the thing, and yada yada yada.
We kind of do.
Nah, I'm just painting, says Kicker.
Shit.
No, I just I think I get enough.
One more year. One more year.
Well, I know
more
that
year.
I know that the Rantathon's coming back, because everybody's got like pretty great ideas. I've already started to like tabulate a list of milestones. So instead
Ooh.
of a single pie, what if it was 2 pies to the face and it was my children instead?
Oh,
Yeah,
Dude.
oh,
yeah,
that's oh.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. What
Talking,
if?
I want to apologize because I bring this out in him a lot where we keep talking, even though we said goodbye. So I'm sorry.
I've got your trophy still hanging out here, but I finally have postage for it. So
Hey!
yeah. No, I had to like step off from sending out the Rantathon or the Ranties trophies, because the Rantathon was coming out, and like where my payouts for Twitch like lined up, I'm like, I need that payout to be able to send the prizes.
Yeah.
So but yeah, back to Blood Bowl. I got the bug. I'm a big fan. I got that itch. Got to scratch it.
Let's do it.
I think
Hell yeah.
having like a league system where we can like hang out more and play more is just going to be a net gain, especially right now.
Yeah.
Like, let's do that. And you know, as Frank just said, as the Chat King just said, Chat Gang, you are the show within the show. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. Apparently, I am now the purple-haired wizard of the waves, or something like that, of the radio waves. In addition to being the most dangerous man in Age of Sigmar. So I've now gained a new, like, it's just a pimp named Slickback. My name just keeps growing.
There you go.
This is fantastic. So
You
thank you,
played
everybody.
so much death magic that it's gone into your hair now.
Yes. Yeah.
It's radiating amethyst to glow.
That's right. That's right. Like, I can necro my own show mid-show. You know, like I can pull up the memes from like 10 years ago and just like, you live again. Yeah. So, thank you both for hanging out with me. Thank you, Brendan, earlier for the showcase, the take. I think it's fantastic that somebody with a reputation for being as like competitive as he is and so on and so forth like loves this game that much.
Yeah.
I think it speaks to the core of what's going on in this game, of just like it's hit that like sort of pure fun state of games. It's board games. Like it's the perfect, for me, it's the perfect sort of synthesis of a board game and a war game. And I think that's really what it is. That's the sweetness of this game. Plus then you have that digital support that you need in a time like now. So
Yep. And what podcast is he on again?
Brendan is on Cubic Shenanigans. Their GHB.
Shout that out.
Yeah. Cubic Shenanigans podcast. They just did like episode 55, I think it was. They had Tyler Emerson, kind of the godfather of podcasts, in my opinion, for Age of Sigmar. He corrected me the last time I tried to say that, but he's the Don. Like, he just...
Yeah.
The old Scrubby and Wells, like, he's so good at, even if you disagree with his opinion ultimately, because he always reins it back into like his sort of like his premise point, or his like this sort of like this fulcrum or this baseline, like he articulates it from his perspective and honors your perspective. And that's something I aspire to achieve, you know, because I love having opinions more than I like having the correct opinion, if that makes sense. But this is somebody who articulates like such a great. Anyway, the point is go watch Cubic Shenanigans GHB episode with Tyler Emerson on it. It's a fantastic show. If people want to hang out with you, Rocco.
Ooh.
Yeah, you kind of like usurped the power. You just.
I didn't mean to. I really did. I made a joke when you walked away saying, "I'll shout."
Yeah, no, it's fine.
and then we brought me in here.
This was RantCast. I'm sorry. This is what this is about. I never want to be that guy who's just always bringing on the big popular guests. It's about Chat Gang.
Ouch.
It will always be. Hey, I know you were internationally famous now. Okay, you're getting a little big for your britches. But the point is you were in Chat Gang, and then
what did Frank do for that? My God.
Frank made Chat Gang. Like, he is Chat Gang for the most part.
I just got excited about Ossiarch Bone Reapers, and here I am.
Go on.
Yeah, like so many others, he watched Halo, and then he came over and watched me, and that's like my audience is people who watched Halo, and he doesn't release a show every week, and then I do, and so they get like Diet Halo like every week.
You're not Diet Heywo. No way.
I like to think we have our own identities, but
yeah.
Yeah, though I don't think we've seen you two in the same room in a while, but it might have been COVID. I don't know.
Next week, Jay, we're gonna do the GHB episode. It's me and Heywo, so we're gonna take our GHB takes for everybody.
Hell yeah!
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I gotta go. It's bedtime.
Good night for real, man.
Yeah.
All right.
For really reals. Good night, everybody. Chat Gang. You know it. Show within a show. Drink your milk. Pay your taxes. Dye your hair purple. And I'll see you next week.
Bye.